They are the deadliest special forces in the medieval world. Their symbol is the dagger. Experts in disguise, masters of stealth. They strike out of nowhere.
They made themselves appear like ghosts. They would come in, stab, disappear.
Terror is their greatest weapon.
It's psychological warfare. It's about the impact that you have.
This is the story of how a tiny community takes on the most feared warlords of their day.
They were a small, marginalised, persecuted sect.
They would become a legend. The first true assassins. A 100 miles north of Jerusalem lies the port of Tyre. In the 12th century, it is a Crusader stronghold. Its ruler, Conrad of Montferrat, is about to become the most powerful man in the Holy Land, the Crusader King. That night, Conrad is returning home from dinner.
He's going along a particularly narrow street. There's two men sat one on either side.
He believes they are monks, trusted members of his household. But Conrad is about to fall victim to the most feared Black Ops force of his time, the legendary Assassins. The origins of the Assassins lie hundreds of miles away from the Holy Land, in 11th century Persia, the country we now know as Iran. The Islamic world is torn apart by the age-old struggle between Sunni and Shiite Muslims. It's a division about who follows the truest Islamic tradition.
The Sunni believe that they are the rightful preservers of that tradition. They're the party of the community.
Their rivals, the Shiites, support a different tradition that takes its authority from the Prophet Muhammad's descendants.
The followers of Ali, the son-in-law and the cousin of the Prophet, say that the imams, the political religious leaders of their faith, should descend from him.
Even today, this rivalry within Islam fuels bitter religious conflict. In a remote area of northern Persia is the mountain fortress of Alamut. It is here that a particular Shiite community, the Ismailis, takes refuge.
They were a small, marginalised, persecuted sect of Islam at a time when it was extremely unhealthy to be any of those things.
Their base is known as the Eagle's Nest.
Alamut itself is a natural fortress. It's not like a Crusader castle that's built with a tremendous amount of science, but it sits atop a natural redoubt that's 300 feet, almost like a sheer cliff. and at the bottom you've got very deep gorges. It's very, very difficult to approach.
The leader of this small remote community is Hassan-i-Sabah, a charismatic man who demands total devotion from his followers.
One wonders if he had a rather magnetic or perhaps hypnotic personality about him as well, to draw these people to him, despite the fact that he's actually asking them to submit to a very, very harsh regime indeed.
Fantasy, myths, ancient beginnings. Elevate your historical exploration to unparalleled heights with a History Hit subscription. Don't miss out on our latest releases, where classicist Natalie Haynes travels to Corfu to unravel the story of the Gorgon Medusa, one of the most iconic yet misconstrued figures of Greek mythology. Join Jasmine Elmer as she dives into something that people have been obsessed with throughout history: dragons. Where did they come from? What exactly is a dragon? Finally, Dan Snow explores the ancient history of the Isles of Scilly and discovers burial grounds built thousands of years ago. Discover hundreds of hours of award-winning documentaries and ad-free podcasts with History Hit. Sign up for a special offer via the link in the description.
Hassan's Ismailis are facing overwhelming odds. His Sunni enemies have a vast army of 300,000 men. He will have to wage what we now call asymmetric warfare.
He's not in a position to fight back. He's not got large armies at his disposal.
To survive, Hassan has to find something he can do, even with limited manpower. Finally, he hits on a radical solution. He will decapitate his Sunni enemies by murdering their leader.
They're not going to be able to defeat him in battle, so they go in on a much narrower front. They're going to take out the man himself.
At the top of the Persian hierarchy, Nizam al-Mulk is a champion of Sunni orthodoxy.
He's basically a one-man government, and he has made it his work to root out heresy right at the center of the Persian state.
Hassan's Ismailis are one of his prime targets.
He's described them as the pus of sedition. He really thinks they should be expelled. So if Hassan picks him out and if he removes him, he really will be striking a blow against the man who is the real cheerleader against his group.
Hassan starts to train an elite squad to carry out the mission. They're chosen from his most devoted followers, the Fidayeen.
The early Fidayeen were almost certainly from that particular area of Iran. So these are tough mountain men.
Hassan begins by teaching them how to fight at close quarters.
Their actual personal skills are in many ways much higher than you find in armies today. So commandos won't be so well trained in individual hand-to-hand combat. Because they have technology, people today rely on technology. Then they had no technology, it was just them. They were the weapon.
The key question is how to make the hit, to take out their target.
They could have killed people using poison.
But the victim could take an antidote and survive.
They could have killed people using arrows or projectile weapons.
But there's always the risk of missing the vital organs. Eventually, the weapon they choose is the dagger. Striking up close, you can make sure of a kill.
A dagger gives you a greater chance of actually achieving your aim.
But using daggers in combat demands immense skill.
Throughout history, there's only 3 different types of weapons available in a dagger. You have a stabbing, you have a slashing, and you have a slashing and stabbing. Now, the first one we have is something like a stiletto. The key point about a stiletto is it's very strong, thin blade for high penetration power. So a stabbing of a stiletto goes straight through, so in and stab through. With the weapon concealed, you walk towards him, pull out, stab, and walk on. The next type is a slashing blade. From here, they would just draw and slash. As you can see, in one motion, it would be very hard to even see that it happened. The third major design would be a slashing and stabbing weapon. Now, this is a modern version. So from here, it's got a sharp blade that curves. It would also have a back blade, so you can cut back if you miss. Very strong guard here. This guard allows you to stab down very heavily. So you have different options as to how you move and how to combine it.
The Ismailis' next step is familiar to today's special forces: to gather local intelligence on their target.
It's a big operation. It will require inside knowledge.
An Ismaili spy infiltrates the Sunni leader's headquarters, watching Nizam al-Mulk's every move.
How does he conduct his life? What's the best opportunity we can get? Where is there a chink in that armor?
This information is fed back to base. With a detailed profile of his target, Hassan identifies what he thinks is a weakness in al-Mulk's security. That weakness is his religion.
This is the only way he's going to actually get that close to him. And he calls on a man to represent a Sufi mystic, a holy man, an ascetic, somebody who normally one would never suspect of misdeed.
A Sufi would be seen as a man of peace.
Anybody who has an air of holiness about them is almost guaranteed a warm reception from a powerful leader of the secular state, such as Nizam al-Mulk. The opportunity to be blessed by such an individual is not to be missed.
Having worked out how to get close to him, Hassan's next problem is how to kill him. The trick is to use distraction.
The person must be distracted by an event, so you trip or you drop something, and this moment you exploit it.
The chosen killer rehearses the technique. After months of training, he is ready. Hassan's trained killer infiltrates the Sunni base. No one suspects a holy man. In the quarters of Nizam al-Mulk, there is no sense of any threat. Everything is routine.
At this time of the evening, Nizam al-Mulk is probably in high spirits.
He has finished his work for the day.
This is perfect timing by the Ismailis. he's much more difficult to actually get anywhere near during the normal working business day. So no doubt in his own mind, he's thinking of the pleasures of the evening among his women.
In the shadows, the Ismaili killer waits for the moment to strike. Al-Mulk is about to be carried off to his harem on his litter. But then, he sees the Sufi holy man approaching.
He's quite prepared to let this guy in and give him a blessing on his way.
He stabs the man, stabs Nizam al-Mulk and kills him.
The distraction has worked. Killing the leader of the Sunnis is a massive triumph for Hassan's Ismailis.
He was a great man, no two ways about it. And therefore, to take him down was a real message. If we can get him, we can get anybody. So you take on the Ismailis of Alamut at your peril.
Over the coming years, Hassan presses home his advantage. He launches a range of terror attacks, which would be familiar to us today.
There's about 25 assassinations in this early period. They really do enter quite a little golden patch or a purple patch where they have a number of successes.
They were prepared to do anything to win. The way that the assassins killed was absolutely amazing. They made themselves appear like ghosts. They would come in, stab, disappear. They changed their mode of operating every single time. Only one thing stayed the same, and that was that they killed by a dagger.
Their murder of Al-Mulk triggers the collapse of his Sunni empire. They've proved that their tiny force can take on a vastly superior enemy and win.
They were one of the first groups who used deliberately small groups of highly trained men in asymmetric warfare.
The success of Hassan's elite killers becomes a talking point on the streets. They are celebrated across the Middle East in a popular poem.
It says that with one lone warrior on foot, a king, though he may have 100,000 troopers, would be in fear.
Soon, the Ismailis discover that, like today's suicide bombers, their strategy has a secondary effect. They create an atmosphere of dread.
With terrorism, the fundamental thing you have to remember is that it's psychological warfare. It's not really about how many people you kill. It's about the impact that you have.
It's all the more fearsome because Hassan's men aren't afraid to die.
The Sunnis face a huge problem with the Ismailis because the men that are sent on these missions happily embrace death. And that obviously makes them truly terrifying.
The echoes today are very familiar. But there is one key difference. The Fidayeen's method is much more precise.
It doesn't have collateral damage. It doesn't strike at innocents. It strikes specifically, cleanly, and discriminately at the target.
The Ismaili strike force is so successful, their Sunni enemies try to discredit them. They spread stories about a secret group of brainwashed killers living up in the mountains.
They were painted as deviants, as drug users, as crazy fanatics. And in much the same way that modern terrorist groups often get the same treatment, that they're fanatics, psychopaths.
The myth becomes more and more exotic. Both Muslims and Western Christians retell the story of young killers manipulated by an evil leader.
There's talks of potions, promises of pleasure gardens forever. Some of the ideas begin to blur a little, that they must be perhaps drug-induced to have this level of devotion.
In particular, the Sunnis label them Hashishian, or users of hashish. The name has stuck.
This morphed into the word that we use today for a political killer, assassin.
And so, a legend is born. Hassan's special forces become known as the drug-crazed assassins.
I don't personally believe that they would have been on drugs. Imagine the focus you need. You need to confirm that target. The thing about drugs is it has an effect. It suppresses or depresses or enlightens. What it does is take away your focus.
But defeating Nizam al-Mulk is only the beginning. In the future, they will need to use all their fighting skills to defend their community not only against their Muslim enemies, but a new threat from Christian crusaders. Some 50 years later, in the mountains of northern Syria, the Ismaili assassins establish a new base at Masyaf. They take over a network of castles to protect their growing community, soon to be some 60,000 strong. But here in the Holy Land, they find themselves in the middle of an even more dangerous power struggle. A religious war is raging between Sunni Muslims and the Crusaders from the West. At stake is control of the city of Jerusalem and its sacred places of worship. The Grand Master of the Assassins in the Holy Land is Rashid al-Din Sinan, a charismatic leader.
He's got a personality not dissimilar to that of Hassan-i-Sabah, the first great Grand Master. Again, hypnotic, also very engaging, erudite, highly intelligent, very intellectual, but also a paranormal feeling about him. He's supernatural, he's more than this world.
There is enormous devotion and obedience to him. If he tells one of his followers to go and take somebody out to kill them, then they will certainly obey his commands.
Caught between the Sunni Muslims and the Christian Crusaders, Sinan decides to target the man he sees as his biggest threat, the leader of the Sunnis. Saladin the Great is the finest warrior of his age. He has won a string of victories against the Crusaders.
He wants to draw the Near East together, Egypt, Syria, northern Iraq, under his rule.
He is also a fanatical champion of the Sunnis.
He is incredibly orthodox as a Sunni. We know that he carried out crucifixions of what are unorthodox or heretical thinkers.
Saladin is a deadly menace to the Ismaili assassins. He is now number 1 on their hit list. In classic assassin fashion, they begin by gathering information for their mission. Syria's bustling cities are an ideal source of intelligence.
The first thing they do is to start dispatching missionaries to recruit locals and build up a network, and then this network would bring back information and intelligence on what was happening there.
They recruit agents most likely to give them local knowledge.
There's a constant flux and mix of merchants, and we know that Ismaili penetration into the merchant class was very strong. So there's a grassroots intelligence available to Sinan. His real skill is that he taps into that so well. We hear stories of him using things like carrier pigeons for communication, but I think what's more important is that in his own mind, he maps out the various pressure points and power plays that are occurring in Syria.
To target a warlord of Saladin's stature, Sinan has to find a way of dealing with his close protection team.
These leaders in a very, very hostile and dangerous world will have had the very best bodyguards in the business. The very best bodyguards, because your life depended on selecting the right guys.
Sinan's network needs to provide detailed intelligence on Saladin's security.
It would be really important to find out how their bodyguards moved, what they did, what they were trained in, how reactive they were. But you would also learn when to exploit the bodyguards, because it's the same for today. No one can be 100% alert all the time. That's where the intelligence network is key. You would find out as much as you can about them.
Armed with this information, the assassins can start training. They need to learn how to tackle the bodyguards.
They have to know how to use this sword. Why? For a very simple reason. If you want to beat your opponent, it's not just what you do, you need to understand them. If they're going to draw their sword, how do you defeat that? The knife can even be used to take out an armed sentry. So as he goes with his gun, you stop him pulling out, you stab him in.
They practice how to take out a single sentry.
First thing you must do is grab his head, pull him in, and then you finish with another stab.
Next, how to tackle 2 bodyguards.
The weapon is hidden, and you walk forward in a calm and composed and respectful manner. Pull out, stabbing 2 shots, and 1 more shot to finish.
After weeks of training, the assassins have one final problem to solve: how to infiltrate Saladin's camp. It's likely they go in disguised as soldiers.
They were very, very good at doing this. I mean, they were able to get people into the most trusted positions because they blended in. They did not seem like a threat. They did not seem like an outsider.
"200 miles north of the assassins' territory, Saladin is on campaign. He has no reason to fear a personal attack. He is relaxing in his tent on the day chosen for the strike. The assassins make their move. but the bodyguards proved too strong. For Sinan, it's a setback, not a complete disaster. He's at least shown his enemy he is coming to get him. It gives him the upper hand in the psychological battle with Saladin. Sign number 1. The great Sunni champion starts wearing body armor 24 hours a day. Saladin knows the assassins never give up. Up in the mountains, Sinan bides his time. His next move is to insert a sleeper cell.
The Ismailis are quite prepared to wait. They're quite prepared to put in sleepers, as we might call them. They're quite prepared to wait a great deal of time until it's politically required.
Two years later, Saladin is again on campaign in northern Syria. He's unaware the assassins have secretly inserted an agent within his own bodyguard. Only Saladin's body armor saves him. The great warlord can no longer tolerate this threat. He decides to take the attack to the assassins. Saladin lays siege to Sinan's castle at Masyaf. He is determined to eradicate the assassins once and for all. Cut off and surrounded, Sinan is now in real trouble. Even killing Saladin might not save the Ismailis. He needs to make the Sunni leader take his army away. Sinan has to come up with a completely different plan.
Sinan has realized something. At this stage, what he can see is it's going to be more effective for him to engage just a little bit with this sultan.
Sinan is going to apply psychological pressure. Legend has it that Sinan himself creeps silently into Saladin's camp and leaves him a note with the assassin's calling card, a dagger.
What you wanted to do, ideally, was intimidate them. The message is very clear, you know, we can get you. We can get you whenever we want.
The note reads, "Death holds no fear for the Fidayeen. I will defeat you from within your own ranks."
The note is truly chilling because he's telling Saladin, you may threaten us with death, you may threaten us with extermination. You're threatening us with the very thing that we actually embrace. You're threatening us with something that holds absolutely no fear for us whatsoever.
Sinan's scare tactic works. Saladin agrees to open negotiations.
Sinan has made a huge psychological dent into Saladin here.
Now, he sets up his final trick. He briefs an emissary with a strong message for Saladin.
We're not going away. We're indestructible. You'll have to deal with us.
Sinan makes it clear This is a message for Saladin alone. The emissary makes his way to Saladin's camp. He insists that he must speak to the Sultan in private.
The negotiator says, this is just for your ears, not for anyone else. And Saladin dispatches everyone else except for his two most trusted bodyguards.
The emissary again pushes him and says, no, this is just for you. Why do you allow these two men to stay?
Saladin replies, I trust these men as my sons. Whatever you can tell me, you can tell them, they won't leave.
The emissary then plays Sinan's trump card.
He turns to the bodyguards and he says, if I order you now to strike this man down, will you do it?
For Saladin, it's a shattering moment. His most trusted bodyguards are revealed to be assassins.
They're sleeper agents who've been implanted in his organization for years. And right now, if ordered, they will kill him. Now, that doesn't happen. The negotiator's just making a point. We can kill you. You trust these people more than anyone else in your whole entourage, and they are actually the assassins. And if these guys can be the assassins, who else might be the assassins?
The psychological warfare works. Saladin lifts the siege, and Sinan's assassins are safe again. But their triumph is short-lived. They still face another major force in the Middle East, the Christian Crusaders. For the next 15 years, the Holy Land is a bloody battleground. Muslim and Crusader warriors struggle for control of Palestine and the sacred city of Jerusalem. Finally, it falls to Saladin and his Sunni forces. 100 miles to the north, the Crusaders still hold the port of Tyre. It is here that a new threat to the assassins is emerging. Tyre's ruler is an ambitious and ruthless Crusader baron, Conrad of Montferrat.
He's part of a crusading dynasty. He's there for life, and he's there to expand his lands. He is a real problem.
There was every potential for Conrad to become to the Christians what Saladin had become to the Muslims.
He's clearly a powerful figure, a dynamic figure, somebody whom you would need to be aware of.
And Conrad has already made enemies of the assassins.
There's a story that an assassin ship arrives at the port of Tyre, and Conrad has the goods confiscated and the crew taken prisoner. And Sinan says, you should return these things to me and release the people. And twice Conrad says no. Saying no to Sinan is potentially quite dangerous. I think it means that your card is marked.
Sinan is so concerned about Conrad's growing strength, he decides to infiltrate his base in Tyre. His plan is to dispatch another sleeper cell.
Intelligence agencies today, when they are selecting operators, look for people they call the grey man. Somebody who doesn't stand out from the crowd. If you've got someone who's 2 meters tall and built to match, he stands out, he's going to attract attention. It's highly likely that the people that the Ismailis selected for this kind of mission, they were people you wouldn't look twice at. In fact, it was very important that they were the kind of people you wouldn't look twice at.
Sinan transforms his men into people Conrad will trust. They take on the identity of Christian monks, recent converts to the faith. After centuries of persecution, the assassins know how to live under cover in enemy territory, if necessary, even denying their Shiite faith according to the principle of taqiyya.
Taqiyya allows the follower of the faith to deny their faith in order to guarantee their own survival or to obtain an advantage over the unbeliever.
But the assassins have to play their role carefully to avoid raising suspicion.
They would need to know the rituals of day-to-day life within that community. They would need seamlessly to fit in to the routines of the day.
It's a high-risk operation. One slip, and Sinan's men could find themselves in a torture chamber. Eventually, they earn Conrad's trust.
Relying on the usual assassin tricks of being, charming and reliable and capable and all the rest of it, you can worm your way into positions of trust and security. And that's exactly what they achieved.
Over the next 6 months, they keep a watchful eye on Conrad. At this stage, their orders are to spy on him, not kill him. But then, their plans change. News reaches Tyre that Conrad has been elected the next Crusader king. It will make him the most powerful Christian leader in the region. It's disastrous news for the assassins. Sinan has to act fast. That week, he sends his own messenger to Tyre. It's time to activate his sleepers. Conrad must die. Secretly, the two assassins begin training for the mission. Their weapon is the tried and trusted dagger. But they know they only have one chance.
If you're going to kill an opponent, you want to make sure he's dead. You need to confirm the kill. So modern day, if you shoot him, you would then shoot him in the head to make sure absolutely he's dead. Well, with the dagger, what they're going to do is they're going to make sure that they target more than one area.
Only when they've perfected their moves do the assassins go for the kill. Conrad, the future king of Jerusalem, is waiting to go out to dinner.
While it's pretty common for medieval chroniclers to always blame women, there has been a suggestion that his wife was taking too long in the bath, and so he left alone.
Conrad walks out into the streets to dine with a friend.
Things are coming to a head. We know that Sinan has to get a result, that Conrad must die, because the coronation is coming up soon. So the sleeper cell decides to take its chance at this point.
While Conrad's at his friend's house, the assassins take up their positions, ready to catch him on his return.
The last moments would be key. You'd be checking to make sure you have absolutely everything and it's working the right way. So for instance, in your ropes, you'd be checking you can pull out and cut straight away. They knew just what they were going to do, and that was what their whole life had been geared up to, was that moment.
Later that evening, Conrad begins to make his way back from dinner.
I think we can imagine a man who's not really looking for immediate threats that are posed to him. He's going along a particularly narrow street. There's two men sat one on either side. And when he sees these two figures by the side of the road, figures whom we hear that he's apparently reasonably familiar with, I think his guard would certainly have been down.
And then they strike. Conrad of Montferrat is dead.
The murder of Conrad of Montferrat represents the most high-profile assassination carried out by the group at the Crusader age. So it really had a powerful impact. It's a story that would have got across Europe and across the Near East as well.
It's not long before rumors begin to spread. It's said that one of the assassins was captured and claimed they were working for Conrad's rivals. Some point the finger at the Crusader warlord, Richard the Lionheart. Others say it was Saladin.
This was a very convenient guy to kill, and there were a lot of people who benefited from it. But exactly who instigated it, who wanted it, who endorsed it, we don't know. What we do know is that the assassins would not have killed him if they felt it went against their interests.
Sinan tells no one the true story. It only enhances the myth of the assassins. The assassination of Conrad of Montferrat will be his greatest triumph. Within a year, Sinan is dead. The assassins' exploits in Persia and the Holy Land ensure the survival of the Ismaili faith.
This is a community and an idea that survives for nearly 2 centuries against overwhelming odds.
After many setbacks, Ismailis continue to thrive around the world. This is the legacy of the assassins, who resisted their most powerful enemies for so long. They're said to be the drug-fueled warriors who can turn into wild animals. They're bloodthirsty pagan fanatics who ruthlessly lead the way into battle.
They're mad, bad and dangerous to know.
They could not be trusted to do anything but kill everything in their path.
Striking terror into the heart of peace-loving Christians across medieval Europe. These are the Viking Berserkers.
They had almost superhuman strength.
But it's one lone Berserker's last stand on an English bridge in 1066, which has claimed their place in history. as one of the most fearsome of all ancient special forces. Just off England's northeastern coast, in Northumberland, lies the holy island of Lindisfarne. It's the holiest place in Dark Ages England. And the scene of one of the bloodiest encounters in the country's history. Home to the Lindisfarne monks, the monastery there is filled with ornate, beautiful, and valuable religious treasures.
People in Anglo-Saxon England, early medieval Europe, they believed in the protection of the saints. So Lindisfarne ought to have been invulnerable.
But what the monks don't know is out to sea, a fleet of strange wooden ships is bearing down on them.
Viking longships roll up on the beach at Lindisfarne. These warriors jump out. And the monks would have been utterly shocked, horrified.
The invaders overrun the monastery. They ruthlessly cut down any man in their path, smashing, grabbing, and looting.
Anything they could pick up and take home. Gold, silver, jewels.
The monks desperately try to hide the monastery's precious artifacts, but they're helpless.
It seems like a lot of the monks had taken refuge by the altar. Some of them were definitely killed there because we're told about the altar being spattered with blood.
The raid on Lindisfarne is brutal and merciless. For the holy men, the arrival of these axe-wielding maniacs feels like a punishment from God.
They would be utterly stunned and astounded that somebody would have the temerity to actually attack God's house.
Those lucky enough to survive the bloodbath are dragged away and taken prisoner. Among them are some of England's most respected religious leaders. They'll be held for ransom. The rest are destined for slavery.
What certainly happened was an unknown number of the monks were taken back to the longships and taken back to Norway, which is where this particular bunch came from.
Slaves were big business. British slaves who were sold as far afield as Byzantium and Baghdad. They would have taken all the slaves that they could.
The raid on Lindisfarne marks the beginning of the Viking Age.
They said I smell! I had a bath only yesterday!
Today, the Vikings' vicious assaults are a distant memory. Instead, the Vikings have become figures of fascination, and they're not always taken seriously.
You strike me down, that little girl will cry.
With crazy names like Ragnar Hairybreeks, Sven Forkbeard, Thorfinn Skullsplitter, and Eric Bloodaxe, they're perfect fodder for enthusiastic historical reenactors. But the reality is, they were intrepid explorers and fearless fighters. Their story begins in the frozen wastes of Scandinavia. Countries we now know as Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. At home, the Vikings face some of the most brutal living conditions on Earth. With cold and unforgiving winters and land that's often covered in snow and ice, it can be difficult to grow food. The Vikings quickly realize that if they want a good life, they'll have to steal it. The only way they can do that is to take to the oceans. From the late 700s, Vikings begin attacking places like France, England, Ireland, and Scotland from the sea.
You can certainly see them as entrepreneurs who are taking what might be perceived as a business opportunity to create wealth for themselves. Pure capitalist thinking.
Central to their success is their raiding vessel, the Viking longship. Morten Ravn is a curator at the Viking Ship Museum in Roskilde in Denmark.
But you should imagine people sitting on each of these positions here, which is marked by the floor timbers, and you would imagine them sitting there and having an oar outside the oar holes, which you can also see here, and row the ship. And it would be 26 men on board a ship like this, rowing, 13 on each side.
Clinker-style wooden warships with their characteristic hull shape can carry crews of up to 100 men. Out on the North Sea, the Vikings face freezing cold conditions and vicious waters. As navigation is critical, they use the sun, the stars, the wind direction, and even the color and taste of the sea to help them find their way. But what makes the longships particularly special is their speed. With the use of the sail and oars, they can reach speeds of up to 15 knots. They're light, fast, and with their shallow hulls, they're perfect raiding ships.
They didn't dig that deep into the water. The draft was not that big, which means that you could land the ships, but it needed obviously to be a sandy beach or something like that.
They're vessels that have the same qualities as those used by special forces today.
Viking ships are pretty low profile. They'd be able to beach their craft and deploy it back into the sea to make a getaway with speed and haste.
Cruising Europe's shores in their longships, the Vikings are opportunists. But they don't just attack at random. What the Vikings are looking for is defenseless targets filled with valuable treasures. Remote monasteries and small isolated villages are rich pickings.
They're targeting the most vulnerable people with the most money, which generally means the church.
Like the very best special forces, time is spent in reconnaissance.
It's quite possible that they would sail up to the coast and spot a likely joint and jump over the edge of their ship and attack it.
For people living near the sea, raids that come out of the blue are difficult to guard against.
It's impossible to defend an entire coastline. It's impossible to man such vast stretches of water. You think of the vastness of most coastlines, it's extremely difficult.
Always on the lookout for easy-to-plunder targets, the Vikings developed their own special type of lightning assault.
It's a kind of raid they call strand hog. Come to a village, people are alert, you move on. Find a bit further on, you find there's a village and it looks like everyone's asleep. You run in, grab what you can, get out fast.
Speed, aggression and surprise, is essential to their success.
But even when their target is identified, the raiders don't just attack recklessly.
The Vikings actually knew, of course, what they were doing when they went out on these raids. They must have had some sort of intelligence knowing where to strike and with what force. You would probably either have scouts ahead knowing where to land, or you would maybe land your troops in not so hostile areas.
The Vikings are careful to guard their backs and ensure that they can get in and away quickly.
With a raid on a monastery, there's probably a certain amount of forethought has gone into that one. You'd hit the beach, you'd need to leave a few people to guard the ships. You know, ships can be burnt, and you don't want somebody to sneak around and set fire to them. And you probably detail people to go out and cover possible escape routes.
If the mission is going according to plan, victims will have no idea of what's going to happen.
They always have the tactical advantage. It's very, very hard to get one step ahead of the Vikings because you don't know where they're going to go. In some ways, modern piracy has some kind of parallels. But I think in the tactical sense, it's got much more akin, really, with terrorism.
To make them all the more frightening, they have a simple but brutal array of weapons. The Vikings are famously associated with the axe. The axe head of a typical Dane axe is made of iron and steel. Carefully crafted to be lightweight, fast and well balanced, its blade can be forged to be as thin as just 2 millimeters, giving it a devastating cutting capability. Martin Holtman is a Danish ancient weapons expert.
This is a Dane's axe. It's a typical Viking weapon. You would use this with 2 hands. It's not really hard to lift at all. It's surprisingly light. And you can actually swing it back like this and then move your hands. This way you gain a lot of momentum.
On the battlefield, the Dane axe is used both tactically.
I could take out this axe and hook his leg, and I could just draw him out.
And it's also used to kill.
If you meet someone with this kind of weapon, you better run.
But possibly the most terrifying and deadly weapon of all is the double-edged sword. The most precious of all Viking weapons, it's often passed down from father to son. A Viking warrior would learn technique from an early age.
A Viking sword is made out of steel. The typical weight is around 1 kilogram.
On the battlefield, the Viking sword can dole out death in a number of vicious ways.
It's definitely a slashing weapon for cutting. It can also be used for stabbing.
And if it doesn't kill the victim, it's guaranteed to maim him.
This sword could definitely take off a leg and a hand with ease.
This is as brutal and as aggressive as warfare can get. You're so up close and personal. They're using such heavy, cumbersome weapons, which has been utterly brutal.
The remains of Viking victims across northern England show the damage inflicted by the Viking axe and the Viking sword. Their weapons, together with the Vikings' sheer fighting prowess, make them a terrifying prospect for all who encounter them. From the 8th century through to the 11th century, bands of Vikings launch larger and larger attacks on more and more communities. And they don't just use brute force to seize land, gold, and slaves. The Vikings have even more sinister methods.
I'm quite sure that people were murdered and tortured in order to get them to tell where they'd hidden their valuables. There probably was a lot of killing just for the sake of it, simply to create the kind of terror, to cow people, to make them obedient. It must have been a terrifying and violent experience for the victims of Viking raids.
But if the Vikings are the special forces of their day, within their warrior bands, they have an even more elite team, a SEAL Team 6. They're known as the Berserkers.
They were ruthless warriors who would stop at nothing to slaughter their opponents. They were absolutely without fear of injury or death.
They were supposed to have chewed on their shields, howled horribly, went berserk in battle, and could not be trusted to do anything but kill everything in their path.
They're mad, bad, and dangerous to know.
I'm buying the axe.
Today, Berserkers are objects of fascination, children's fantasy characters. So much so that computer games are built around them. They're depicted as giants, trolls, and ferociously fighting ogres. Painted as superhumans, they're big, powerful, the stuff of legend.
He will have quite often a horned helmet, because even though everybody knows that the Vikings didn't wear horned helmets, it's a brand almost.
But Berserkers were real. One of the strongest bits of evidence as to the existence of Berserkers are these chessmen, discovered around 1831. Found on the Scottish island of Lewis in the Outer Hebrides, they date from the 12th or 13th century and seem to portray berserkers.
4 of the rooks actually depict warriors biting on the shields, and they've actually physically got their teeth sticking over the rim of the shield. And what they really represent for us is a medieval Scandinavian idea of what a berserker was.
They're also mentioned in poetry or skaldic verse, and in the sagas, the Vikings' ancient historical tales, written between the 9th and 14th centuries.
When you look in saga traditions, berserkers turn up in 1s or 2s, usually if they're brothers, or maybe in numbers up to a dozen. They're not common.
They were professional warriors. Big guys, the best of the best.
Part of a Viking king or lord's war band, they're considered elite members of society.
Any boat sailing to England might contain berserkers if it contains members of a king's war band.
Serving as a kind of bodyguard, they're at the forefront of an attack.
They are the core around which an army might be built. They're the ones who will lead the way into battle. When they step forward, everybody else is meant to go with them.
As the most terrifying of all Viking warriors, there is every reason to believe they were even bigger and stronger than regular Vikings. But it's their behavior which they are most renowned for, spawning the English word berserk.
Once they fly off the handle, then there can be dead people lying all over the place before they calm down.
However, it's something else that really sets them apart. The Berserkers have unusual ways of preparing for battle. Ancient depictions of Berserkers appear to show muscular warriors wearing these skins, complete with the heads of wild animals.
Berserk is thought to have derived from either the Old Norse word ber, meaning bare or naked, or an Old Norse word beri, meaning a bear. So it either means bare off shirt or wearing a bear skin.
The legends say that by wearing animal skins, the Berserkers take on special powers. That they can shapeshift and transform themselves into wild animals.
It's a sense of getting into the spirit world, in a sense, and adopting the characteristics of the animal that you're trying to get in touch with.
It is even claimed by some that Berserkers are the originators of the werewolf.
Berserkers were not werewolves. Let's start with that bit. People have seen in the Berserker a werewolf, somebody who physically changes shape into an animal. What's more likely is that they took on the persona of the animal, they adopted the animal's attributes to carry them into battle, so they went in as strong as a bear or as fierce as a wolf.
You aren't literally going to become a bear or a wolf, but you want to have that strength, that ferocity.
By wearing animal skins and very little armor, the Berserker not only lessens the division between himself and the animal he's trying to emulate, it also gives him mystical powers.
They were perceived as invulnerable or able to blunt swords. They couldn't be wounded anywhere that they were wearing these coats.
But the Berserker has another secret weapon to help him prepare. And it may very well help him believe in his animalistic abilities. Magic mushrooms.
Their proper name is Amanita muscaria. They're very common. I mean, they're widespread all over the northern hemisphere and up into the sort of subarctic. They're your classic fairy tale mushroom, the bright red with white spots. They're commonly called the fly mushroom or the fly agaric because they're reputed to kill insects.
But the mushrooms also have another effect, which could help a warrior get into the right mental state for a fight.
They have a psychoactive drug inside, which will give you, depending on the dosage, a trip.
The idea that someone could use drugs to prepare for battle is not that far-fetched.
There were cases in World War II where German forces were given amphetamines.
The Nazis developed an early form of crystal meth to help their troops stay alert. In Vietnam, soldiers were issued with amphetamines by the US Army to heighten their senses on missions. But for Berserkers, their drug of choice is so toxic, it has to be prepared in a certain way. The mushroom caps are dried, ground up, and made into a hot drink. To aid the process, they're mixed with alcohol.
Presumably in those days it would have been something like mead, something just to wash it down and quickly dissolve the chemicals into the liquid.
It's this practice of stewing the caps in liquid which acts as a catalyst, aiding the body's absorption of the drug. the alcohol will also affect the reaction.
The alcohol will, of course, help the condition. I mean, one of the things we think we don't realise is the mood affects the results immensely, and we've known this for years with other psychoactive drugs. The mood that the person is in when they take the mushroom has an enormous effect on what sort of result they get from it.
Around 30 minutes after the berserker takes his mushroom potion, it's supposed to kick in.
There's a whole host of effects that can be encountered. Common ones are muscle twitching, sweating, salivating, increased production of saliva.
The berserker starts to literally froth at the mouth. Of course, one of the problems, as with all drugs, is they have side effects.
They can get amnesia and fainting with large doses. Nausea is commonly recorded. That's one of the most common side effects. Profuse vomiting. Facial flushing. Often one's sense of balance apparently goes awry.
These side effects are so bad that some suggest that the idea that Vikings took magic mushrooms is a myth.
The one scientific study that's been done in the late 50s suggested that if they had taken magic mushrooms, they probably wouldn't have been fit to fight.
However, some experts disagree.
They've been in use 2,000–3,000 years, probably something on that order. So it's very unlikely that the Vikings would not have known of the mushroom.
And it seems berserkers may have found an ingenious way to avoid any nasty reactions. When the mushroom is passed through the body, it's stripped of some of its toxins.
We know that drinking the urine is one of the commonest ways of diluting the unpleasant side effects and increasing the potency of the chemical.
It means that only one berserker needs to experience the bad reactions brought on by the mushrooms. The other berserkers simply need to drink his urine. This appears to remove the toxic side effects, but leaves the hallucinogenic ones.
I read one report where they thought one would eat it, pass urine, someone else would eat it, someone would drink their urine, and so on, up to 5 times. It may be that one ingestion of the mushroom would actually serve quite a few people afterwards.
It's because of this that mushroom experts are convinced by the use of magic mushrooms as a means of reaching battle fury.
I'd be very surprised if they didn't use them in some of their ceremonies. My own feeling is that that may not have been the sole cause of their enormous strength and aggression, but I suspect it was a definite means of accelerating this process. Pumped full of adrenaline, anger, and I suspect that the mushroom would have been just that added extra.
So, wearing his wild animal skin and strung out on drugs, the berserker is almost ready. But there's one final thing he needs to prepare him for battle. Like all Vikings, the berserkers are religious fanatics. They're utterly devoted to one particular pagan god, Odin.
Odin is the Norse high god. He's the god of war. And berserkers had the idea that really they were chosen by Odin, that they didn't really choose to be a berserker, that it was Odin who chose them.
Eager to please Odin, an opportunity to fight for him and die for him is a privilege.
For a berserker, you honoured Odin if you killed someone in battle, and you honoured him by dying in battle. So battle was win-win. What they most wanted was death in battle was a guarantee that you would go to Valhalla.
Valhalla is the warrior's paradise in the afterlife. Like 21st century jihadists, the berserker imagines that by giving his life in the heat of battle, he'll guarantee great glory and rewards there.
Valhalla is a giant lord's hall in which they feast all night and then they go out of it during the day and they fight all day, preparing themselves for Ragnarok, the final day when all the gods will die.
Ragnarok marks the end of the universe, but for Vikings, being at Odin's side for the greatest battle of all is the ultimate honor. It's the positive welcoming of death that makes the berserker the most fearsome of all medieval warriors. So, assisted by alcohol, with hallucinogens pumping through his body, with the characteristics of a wild animal entering his psyche, and fully prepared to die in glory, the berserker reaches Berserkgang, the battle fury. With teeth bared, howling and growling, he faces his opposition.
The howling might well have been chanting of spells behind that shield, getting themselves really stoked up. One of the best modern analogies for it might well be the All Blacks doing a haka. It's designed to be frightening, it's designed to make you feel strong and invincible.
Berserkers have a tremendous psychological effect on their enemy.
I think it would have been very intimidating.
For ordinary peasants like the Anglo-Saxons, reluctantly pulled together to fight, it's horrifying.
They may have probably never been in the battle before in their lives. They really want to live, and they can go back and look after the cows and see their families again. 100 yards away on the other side, there they are, howling and biting their shields. They just want to run at you and hack you to pieces.
They got into this very intense and angry, worked-up state where they had almost superhuman strengths. And if they were injured, they didn't feel it. They just carried on.
Off their heads with this big dosage of the mushroom, they may not really know what's going on, except that they just attack anyone that's in front of them. Like a loose cannon, you just point it in the right direction and you let them get on with it.
Viking raids across Europe increase, attacking small towns and villages, raping and pillaging. They raze peasant homes to the ground and slaughter entire communities. Eventually, the Vikings bring over their own families to settle in their conquered lands.
Around about 840, this is the point when Vikings actually do start making permanent bases. Instead of going home for the winter, you pull your ships up inside the protection of a rampart, you spend the winter there, and as soon as spring comes, you can get back to raiding nice and early. So it extends your raiding season to about 9 months of the year instead of 3 months of the year in the summer.
With the Berserkers at their heart, the Vikings managed to cultivate a vast trading empire. By the 11th century, Their conquests stretch from Iceland in the north to the Mediterranean Sea in the south, and from Newfoundland in the west to Constantinople and the Caspian Sea in the east. But it's one event on an autumnal English day in 1066 that will go down in history as the Berserkers' finest hour. More than 300 Viking ships carrying as many as 14,000 men approach the northeastern coast of England. Leading them is Norwegian king Harald Hardrada. Hardrada is an outstanding warrior. He's fought in the Balkans and across the Byzantine Empire and has gone on to seize the Norwegian crown. Now, he's hungry for more.
He's got a very clear political ambition, and that is to make good a claim to the English throne.
His target is the greatest city in northern England, York.
The actual Viking army first lands at Scarborough and sacks the town, burns it to the ground to show the local people that resistance is futile. They move into the Humber estuary and then up the River Ouse to capture the greatest prize of all, the capital of the north, York, or in Norse, Jorvik.
York is under English control. But critically, the Vikings had conquered the city exactly 200 years before, and they regard it as their own.
For the Vikings, it's home. So now they're back to claim what they class as their city.
And for Hardrada, York is just the beginning. He believes that if he takes it, the rest of the country will fall to him. After a major victory on the outskirts of the city, York surrenders to him. Hardrada thinks the war is won, that the English crown is his. He's so confident, he's even sent a third of his army back to the Viking fleet, 12 miles upriver. But what Hardrada doesn't know is his nemesis is coming. The newly crowned Anglo-Saxon king, Harold Godwinson, has heard about the Viking king's intentions. He's hot-footed it from London with an army of some 15,000. Hardrada's Vikings, on the other hand, are bathing in their victory.
If you can imagine a late summer's hot day, the troops have walked 12 miles, probably had headaches from the night before, from the revelling. I should imagine that quite a few of them would have just laid down on the grassy banks.
There's a relaxed atmosphere in the air. It's warm, sunny, probably sunbathing at the time.
We understand that initially they caught a glimpse of some dust on the horizon, which would indicate a coming of a party.
Hardrada had been expecting the arrival of some dignitaries from York for a simple hostage transfer, securing the city's surrender. What he sees is King Harold and his vast Anglo-Saxon army. Hardrada realizes he's made a terrible mistake.
He's completely dumbfounded and in shock. He didn't expect this at all. And the worst problem he faces now, he has an army outnumbered and also unarmed and under-armoured.
With his troops straddling both sides of the River Derwent, Hardrada needs to regroup. The only way to do this is to get all his men over onto the eastern side of the river via the one and only crossing point. A narrow wooden bridge, so that he can form a defensive line. The majority make it across. But then the Anglo-Saxons appear. It's now that Hardrada turns to one of his special forces. He calls on one Viking berserker. His task, to buy his king time. It's an extraordinary situation. Just one man against an entire army. First, he evokes the spirit of a wild animal. He consumes the stewed Amantia muscaria mushrooms and starts to feel the empowering effects of the hallucinogen. He believes he has the strength of a wild bear. That with his bear skin as armor, his body will repel the Anglo-Saxon weapons. That he will be invulnerable. Frothing at the mouth, enthralled to Odin, and dreaming of his place at the feasting table in Valhalla, the great warrior reaches the height of his berserk gang and steps out onto the bridge. This one berserker, armed with his Danax, confronts King Harold's 15,000 men.
You can imagine a kind of standoff. He was buying time, giving his life to buy time for the rest of the army.
One by one, brave soldiers from King Harold's army take on the great Viking warrior on the bridge. And one by one, they are cut down.
On a narrow front, probably only 1 or 2 men would have been able to attack him at a time. You can imagine that even if he was dispatching people at the rate of 1 every 30 seconds, he might have held them up for 10 minutes, quarter of an hour or more.
The English body count mounts up.
According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, every person who tries to cross the bridge, over 40 Anglo-Saxon soldiers are killed by this one berserker.
But finally, he succumbs.
Count Say was finally killed by an Englishman who went down under the bridge with a spear and got him from underneath.
With his death, the Vikings are beaten. Harold Hardrada will die with an arrow to the throat. Despite the defeat, the actions of this great warrior are celebrated in the history books of the day. But there's an irony. The contest at Stamford Bridge may be regarded as the Berserkers' greatest stand, but it also marks the beginning of the end for the Viking Age. By the early 11th century, and certainly by 1066, Berserkers are becoming a dying breed. There's a more powerful force at work than that of the pagan gods. Many Vikings have converted from paganism to a more widely held belief system.
The demise of the pagan berserker comes with the advent of Christianity. Christianity probably had some kind of neutralizing effect. Once you're all part of the same club, then you tend not to attack each other quite the same way.
Years of Viking tradition are slowly eroded.
The Scandinavians begin converting to Christianity in the 10th century. You know, Denmark's the first, Sweden is the last, but even by the end of the 11th century, Sweden is mainly Christian.
Some berserkers cling on to their paganism, but gradually the purity of their military and magical might weakens. Eventually, they will disappear altogether.
In the Icelandic law codes, going berserk is outlawed in the 12th century.
Finally, Berserkgang and the rituals which induce it are deemed so degenerate that they're unacceptable in moderate society. Today, the endeavors of the Norsemen still captivate and entertain us. It may be that the Vikings no longer evoke fear and horror as they did 1,200 years ago. But their elite special unit, the Berserkers, do continue to enthrall us. Thanks to a 250-year reign of terror, we can't help but admire their heroism, their iconic, fantasy-like image, and their animalistic, frenzied brilliance on the battlefield. They're the Vikings for hire. Ruthless mercenaries who strike fear into the enemy.
This is Dark Age warfare at the most brutal. Axe, sword, shield, spear.
They're the elite special forces in service to a foreign ruler, conquering unruly territories across the great Byzantine Empire. They're known as the Varangian Guard. But it's one particular man who will solidify their place in history.
Harald Hardrada is the prototypical Viking of the era.
He will develop tactics which will transform warfare across the Mediterranean.
Nobody really in their right mind wanted to storm a city wall. It was usually doomed to failure.
Hardrada's string of victories will show the Varangian Guard to be one of the most exceptional special forces of all time. Nearly 1,000 years after the birth of Christ, the Byzantine Empire is now the biggest, the richest, and the best organized state in Europe. It stretches from Italy in the west, across Greece and the Balkans, all the way to Asia Minor in the east. At its head is the Emperor, Basil II, the most powerful man in the world. But Basil's empire is under threat.
Like all empires, and I suppose like all politicians, you really have to watch your back. There's a series of very important revolts against his legitimacy.
What Basil needs is a crack troop of warriors who can suppress the internal revolts and guarantee the security of his empire. So he makes a deal. He sells his sister to the Grand Prince of Kiev in Ukraine, Vladimir the Great. Vladimir is descended from Swedish Vikings and rules what are called the Rus.
Vladimir the Great was a disgusting warrior. He was the prototypical Viking. He epitomized everything that was just nasty in the individual. He took 800 concubines, he had dozens of wives. He performed human sacrifice just at a whim to intimidate his aggressors. I mean, there was nothing redeeming about this man.
In return for his sister, Basil gets precisely what he needs. 6,000 of the most fearsome warriors on the planet. They will become known as the Varangian Guard, the finest special forces in late antiquity. Originally Vikings from Scandinavia, their ancestors had built a reputation that spread right across Europe to the ears of the Emperor himself.
Most of them would have been the same kind of people who were creating mayhem around in Western Europe.
When we talk about the Vikings, we almost always think about the attacks on England and the Vikings crossing the North Sea.
For some 200 years, Vikings had been terrorizing northern and western Europe, becoming notorious for chasing wealth and their insatiable appetite for violence.
The men of Scandinavia are tough. You know, they are tattooed, they're macho, they're red-blooded.
They were ruthless warriors who would stop at nothing to slaughter their opponents.
But not all of them go raiding across northern and western Europe.
The smart Vikings didn't head west. They headed east.
What lures them is the prospect of making vast amounts of money by traveling down the vast rivers of modern-day Russia.
Those river systems, they're like arteries bringing talent from Scandinavia down towards Russia, looking for service.
They can sell themselves as soldiers of fortune, mercenaries to the mighty warlords of the region. Like the Vikings who've wreaked havoc across much of Europe, they come with a fearsome array of weapons.
Their weapon of choice was a long axe, which in reality resembled more of a meat cleaver than an actual axe. The famous Dane axe, which has a single blade up to a foot long that could sever a man's head in a single blow. This was a lethal weapon.
They also use the viciously effective double-edged sword. And the spear.
The spear is very easy to carry, doesn't weigh much. It's very cheap to make and very fast to make, so it would be an excellent weapon.
As a Viking weapons expert, Martin Holtman knows all about the advantages of using a spear in battle.
spear was very useful. You could use it behind a shield, like holding the shield yourself, and you could try and stab after his leg or his head. You could have no shield, and if he was my friend, I could stand behind the lines and he was covering me. I was having this long spear, I could just stab the people. And move around, stab, move around, stab behind the lines. The actual one would have like a stopper down here, so when you pushed it into another person, it wouldn't go all the way through. You could easily pull it out again. And then keep on fighting.
These Viking Rus become known as the Varangians. They earn that nickname because they famously stick together.
Verar is an Old Norse word which means probably some sort of companionship, and it's a sort of community of people with common interests. They're people who look after each other's backs. It's a very brutal, male, macho world of high achievers. These are men who have their eyes set on prestige and on riches.
But for these men, serving in the cold, harsh lands of Ukraine isn't enough. To this close-knit set of mercenaries, the prospect of serving the wealthiest man in the world, Basil II, is irresistible.
In Constantinople, they have the opportunity to gain riches beyond their wildest imagination.
So the Varangians enter the emperor's service as his elite fighting unit. And begin by crushing his internal revolts.
He had a basic problem with a rebellion against him, led by a man called Bardas Phokas, who had claimed the throne, set himself up as emperor, and his own Greek bodyguard had gone over onto his side. So he needed some troops he could rely on in order to put down this internal rebellion.
In a matter of months, Basil is able to knock out his last remaining rivals. For Basil, it's a short-term win.
Having helped Basil secure the wider empire, the Varangian Guard are given the next task, to deal with the imperial capital. Today's Istanbul, Constantinople, situated on the Bosphorus, where the continents of Europe and Asia meet, is a mighty trading post. But in the 11th century, its magnificence is without equal.
Constantinople is the most impressive and beautiful and significant city in the Mediterranean. It's a sensational, it's a jewel of a city. It's got these churches of an enormous scale and beauty. From the year 500 until 1500, it's the biggest city in Europe.
In terms of Christian European cities, it's completely unparalleled. In terms of its size, a population of 500,000 people. If you were thinking in terms of English cities in the same period, maybe London might possibly have had 10,000 people in it.
It's a melting pot of people, of languages, of noises.
But Constantinople is also a dangerous place, particularly for an emperor.
We don't talk about Byzantine politics for nothing. The Byzantine Empire is legendary for its sort of devious plotting.
While pleasantly chaotic and colorful on the outside, beneath that veneer, the city was a labyrinth of political power shifts and maneuvers that made everyone suspicious of everyone else.
Those who are finding the emperor's favor quickly attract jealousy. Those who feel that they should be getting more for what they're doing find themselves sitting in dark taverns plotting about what they can do next.
Everyone's doing deals, keeping their friends closer, their enemies twice as close.
It is, above all, to avoid the nasty fate of several of his predecessors that Basil needs the Varangian Guard.
Byzantine emperors quite often finish up getting murdered and overthrown.
So the Varangian Guard become Basil II's close protection team. They're charged with guarding all the major public buildings and are always stationed at the emperor's imperial palaces. And they accompany him when he attends church and other formal occasions.
They stand around the emperor. They can form a ring around him and sort of move him through the palace, like a cordon of special services that would go around our leaders today, around the President of America.
But the Varangian Guard have another more sinister task. They are the Emperor's assassins.
They're the people that the Emperor will send to deal with suspected traitors. They also get to do the nasty stuff.
They become Basil's secret police, in charge of arresting suspected criminals and political enemies. Those posted at Constantinople's grim Numera prison quickly win a reputation for astonishing savagery.
There's many cases of intimidation and torture. A common thing was cut off the nose or cut off the ear. There's even cases of them taking human excrement and putting it in the criminals' eyes and nose and mouth.
Blindings are a particular Varangian favorite.
It's not thought that they actually physically put eyes out by poking things into them or hooking eyes out. It's thought that they actually used acid. And they used it to scar the cornea, so that people were, in a sense, functionally blinded by it, but not 100% blinded. They could probably still tell the difference between night and day. Castration was quite a popular Byzantine punishment, so no doubt if that had to be done, they would probably be the guys who would get the old shears out.
When they're not doing the Emperor's dirty work, around Constantinople, the Varangian Guard enjoy the good life. There's plenty of things to keep young, virile Vikings occupied around town.
Constantinople itself had plenty of entertainment. The chariot racing was the most popular of all the activities. I suppose a bit like professional footballers. Women, booze.
For men raised in the cold, harsh lands of Scandinavia and Russia, it's like paradise.
I don't think we can really imagine the culture shock that these Norsemen, these Vikings from snow-covered lands would have experienced when they first set foot in Constantinople. Keep in mind, these people lived in huts. Now they come to a lush tropical climate, and much to their delight, an endless supply of fine wines.
To the Byzantine aristocratic elite, the loutish behavior of the Imperial Guard is shocking. The Varangians' hard drinking and debauchery earns them the nickname the Emperor's Wineskins.
The Guard were looked at suspiciously by the local common people in Constantinople, and you can't blame them. They were drunk 24/7. I mean, they were rowdy. There's a famous historian and poet who was put in prison, and he writes a poem about the fact that he can't sleep at night, every night, because these guys are screaming and yelling and causing incredible ruckus.
That behavior could explain why even today a bizarre piece of Viking graffiti can still be seen etched on a balustrade inside the Hagia Sophia, the greatest cathedral of its age.
I suppose we do know that sort of like football hooligans on tour, you know, if you had enough to drink and you're somewhere that you want to leave your mark, chiseling something into the side of a wall, you know, it's a way of showing you're there and showing off to your mates that you've done it.
The inscription reads, Halfdan was here.
He could have inscribed his mark anywhere, so why choose to do it in the great cathedral? And I suppose it's showing, if I'm going to prove I've been anywhere, it's there.
Basil II's Varangian Guard may be causing mayhem around Constantinople, but he has another task for them. Now he's stabilized the empire, he wants to expand it. The Varangian Guard are incorporated into the main Byzantine army. They're divided into companies of 500. Each company is placed under the command of a regular officer, called the Akulathos. It means the Varangians, unlike the typical Vikings, have to learn discipline.
The Varangians have to be very organised, very aggressive, but still be able to follow orders.
But there's another key difference in how they're used. Where most Vikings are used to charging headlong into battle, the Emperor uses his Varangians in a different way. He holds them in reserve.
They would have hoped that by taking a position further back, that they would then be able to exercise some sort of control and command during the course of the battle and come up with tactics which would actually respond to the enemy movements.
Only when the fight gets to its fiercest does the Emperor commit his shock troops. They start by banging their shields. Then they charge.
What we do pick up about the Varangians consistently is they're incredibly brave in battle. So they never give ground, that they always fight for each other, and their intensity is huge, that they just carry on fighting. They'll let their swords drip with blood, and they will keep fighting until the very, very end.
The Varangians aren't just fierce, they are tactical. Key to their success is the use of the shield wall.
This was essentially shields interlocked. It could be used as a defensive against cavalry, archers, infantry.
You have to imagine that several people were standing like this and they were interlocking the shields like this. This way it was a very, very strong formation and you could actually move forward like this.
But the Varangian Guard's shield wall is about more than protection. They deploy a unique Viking tactic to pierce enemy defenses. The boar snout.
If you were to break a shield wall, you would create a formation like a wedge, something like that, and you would have the strongest people in front.
By placing one of their biggest and fiercest warriors at the wall's center, and then charging at an opponent's shield wall, sheer weight and momentum not only pierces the enemy lines, it also spreads panic through their ranks.
They were probably bigger, they had very heavy weapons, so if you ran in with big axes, cutting through the enemy lines, then you could create an opening.
Under the banner of Emperor Basil II, success follows success for the Varangian Guard.
It has often been suggested that Basil II's reign is really the Golden Age, and that is in no small part due to the Guard.
He keeps his army busy, pushing the frontiers as sort of like ripples, constantly outwards.
They fight gallantly and gloriously for their emperor, and are at the forefront of a string of victories in Syria, Georgia, Armenia, Bulgaria, Greece, Macedonia, and southern Italy, not only quashing unruly factions of the empire, but increasing its influence far and wide.
Varangians are described in the Norse literature as being incredibly important. They're the ones who hold the empire together. They are achieving all the battles, left, right, and center.
Victory makes the Varangian Guard very rich men.
You would be paid between £17,000 and about £32,000 a year. If our Varangian had wanted to have a nice, pretty young virgin slave girl all for himself, he could have gone down the slave market and bought one for about £360. So even the basic lowest estimate of their pay has got absolutely enormous purchasing power in Constantinople.
On top of their monthly wage, the Varangian Guard receive regular bonuses and a third of all battle spoils. And there are even more perks.
Your food's all in, you've got all your weapons provided, and the very best quality weapons, because the Emperor wants you to look magnificent.
And what do they do with these spoils of war? They spend.
The market of Constantinople sells everything. It's beyond imagination. There are spices, there are metals, gold, silver, and so on. There's no limit of how much money you can spend buying things for yourself.
It makes the Varangian Guard the envy of their family and friends back in Scandinavia and Ukraine.
So after the Guard had completed their service, I mean, they would go back home. And when these Guards went to the Northlands with just incredible riches that you could never imagine anyone but an emperor having, well, you can imagine the frenzied excitement that would create in the homeland.
Soon, every bright young Viking wants to be a member of the Varangian Guard.
It's Varangians who've been to Constantinople who come back and talk about it, and that encourages others to go.
Of course, other men would have seen all of that and thought, yes, please, I'd really like a slice of the action.
In the early years of the 11th century, more and more Viking mercenaries are ready to join the club.
The success they had proved to be the greatest recruitment vehicle they could ever ask for.
The young men of Scandinavia that heading for Constantinople was almost like a sort of quite a glamorous gap year where you'd go and earn your spurs. You'd go and see the world, you'd be exposed to sights and sounds that you'd never seen before. You'd be able to be a military tough type and show off your tattoos and your prowess. The basic idea is if you're loyal, if you're good, you can earn your keep and you can rise up through the system.
Amongst those who make their way from Russia is a Viking warrior who will take the Varangian Guard to a whole new level. Towering over 6 feet tall, the muscular young man with his long, fair hair cuts a striking figure. His name is Harald Hardrada.
Harald Hardrada is the prototypical Viking of the era. He is a rock star.
He's the pin-up boy of the Varangian period.
Hardrada has been fighting since the age of 15, when he witnessed the death of his brother, King Olaf, at the hands of insurgents in Norway.
Olaf is actually killed in the battle by the rebels, and Harold actually sees this. It's not just his half-brother, the king, it's also the man who he looks up to. This is ingrained in his memory.
That battle changes his life. Exiled from Norway, Harald escapes to Sweden and travels on to the safe haven of Kiev, the home of the Viking Rus. There, he's recruited as a mercenary by Kiev's new ruler, Prince Yaroslav I, the son of Vladimir the Great, and he quickly proves himself.
He finds his skills and his service highly valued by Yaroslav, who identifies in Harald a brave, highly capable, well-connected and ambitious man who has a chip on his shoulder. He's a man who really feels the grievances of having been excluded from power by men who he thinks are less worthy than he is.
But eventually, he cannot resist the riches on offer in the Byzantine Empire.
As a man with royal blood, you had charisma, and people would have followed him just because of that. So he would have been able to go down to Constantinople with the beginnings already of an armed following.
But Harold's not only going to Constantinople for the money. He has never forgotten that he is a Viking prince. His plan one day is to return to Norway at the head of a huge army to win back his crown. So around 1033 AD, Harold and his men embark on the year-long voyage down the Russian river systems with the aim of entering the Emperor's Guard. They arrive at just the right time. Basil II has died, and he's been replaced by his niece, Empress Zoe, and her husband, Michael IV. The new rulers are under pressure and need to establish their authority. Harold is just what they need.
He's reliable, he is effective, he gets things done, he's smart, and he's a good one to have on your side.
He's so much better than the rest. And he has practice. He participated in the most brutal battles. So he learned what was necessary to win, which was maiming, torturing, creating alliances and truces, and then breaking them. He would do whatever it took to be victorious.
Fighting in the Varangian Guard across the empire, Harold makes his mark. But Zoe and Michael's problem is that they need to do more than hold the empire together. Compared to Basil II, they're just treading water. If they are to silence the doubters, they need to achieve greatness. That means expanding the empire. So Michael sets his sights on the west, Sicily.
The objective of Sicily is to regain the western provinces for the Byzantine Empire.
For centuries, Sicily had been under Byzantine rule.
Sicily is the wheel on which the Mediterranean turns. It's a great meeting point between the Islamic and the Greek and the Latin world. It controls the approaches to the east and the west of the Mediterranean, and it's a hugely important trading area.
But now the island is in Arab hands.
Sicily is very strategically important. It must be captured. If you want to control shipping in the Western Mediterranean, Sicily is key. And for the Byzantine, trade is key. And also as well for the prestige of the empire. It's better to be conquering and capturing rather than being defeated and losing.
Harold lands there and discovers the Arabs are prepared. Knowing how effective the Varangians are on the battlefield, they've come up with a plan. They've withdrawn behind strong fortifications.
From a military point of view, this is a very hard place to conquer.
The cities are well established, well fortified, big walls, ditches in many cases, and a citadel that can hold out for a long time.
In the Middle Ages, people built walls because they worked. Castles, fortified towns, actually were rarely taken.
In terms of battle strategy, the Arabs have the upper hand.
In an age before gunpowder or the cannon, all the advantages are for the defender. So an attacker has to either sit down and hope for a long drawn-out siege, to disease maybe to spread or the city to run out of supplies.
Nobody really in their right mind wanted to storm a city wall with people up there chucking boulders and pouring boiling water and throwing spears and things at you. It was absolutely fraught with risks and almost usually doomed to failure.
This situation presents Harold with a massive problem. Classic Varangian tactics, like the boar snout, are no use against a solid wall. He has to devise something new. It's the kind of test familiar to special forces today.
The ability to improvise and use whatever the surroundings and the circumstances are available to you. The ability to, again, lateral think and think of a plan, to be creative, is absolutely essential.
Harold starts to wonder what the Arabs may have overlooked. What might their weaknesses be? And then, as he observes one fortified town, it hits him. If he can't get over the walls, he can go under them.
Harold actually develops the idea to dig a tunnel under the walls and into the city.
Out of the view of the town's walls, Harold chooses a spot close to a river, and his Varangian Guard get to work.
Rather than having big heaps of soil lying around which would give the game away, they scattered it into a stream so the stream washed it away to destroy all the evidence.
At the crucial moment, when Harold believes that the tunnel is now within the city walls, he waits. There's a lull.
What the Varangians are waiting for is the perfect moment to catch their enemy unawares. In this case, it's dinner.
You have all the local Saracens eating and drinking and just doing what they do all the time because they know that these people can never penetrate their castle.
According to Harold's Norse saga, While the Arabs are enjoying their evening meal, he and his men emerge through the limestone floor of the great banqueting hall.
The Varangians go to do their deadly work. Defenders are completely shocked. These uninvited wolves have now entered their city.
They just start slaughtering these people. It was over. And the city was theirs.
It's one of a string of astonishing victories. Faced with another fortification, Harold's methods are even more cunning. This time, he borrows an idea from the ancient Greeks.
One of the tales really resembles the famous Trojan horse story. He created the impression that something is not what it seems. In other words, he created the impression that he was dying.
Harold faints illness. He places his tent further away from the main Byzantine camp so the defenders of the city can see. To and fro, soldiers go into the tent. Now, this game Harold's playing works quite well.
The Arab defenders, confused as to why no attacks had been made on their city, even send their own spies out to investigate. They learn that Harold is dead. A delegation of Varangians is then sent to the city to make an astonishing request.
The citizens are told, this is important now for us to bury our leader in style, and we'd like him to be buried in your church, and we'll pay you handsomely if you do so.
To the Arabs in the fort, the chance to have such a famous soldier buried within their walls is both an honor and irresistible.
The Varangians transport the coffin under a religious ceremony with priests and other people from the city.
According to the sagas, the gates are opened and pallbearers solemnly come in, walking slowly.
They put the coffin on the floor and jam the gates open with it.
At that crucial moment, Harold springs his trap. The Varangian guardsmen pull out their weapons from under their ceremonial clothing. They sound the call to arms.
All hell breaks loose. The Vikings absolutely destroy everyone. It turns into a massacre.
But it's at another fortified town where Harold comes up with the most ingenious plot of all. Harold's laid siege to the town, with no luck. Once again, he faces a heavily defended fort, with thick and very high stone walls. Worse, the Arab enemy are well supplied. There's no chance of starving them out. Harold once again needs to use brains rather than brawn.
He just sits for days and observes.
Any intelligence you can garner to, assist any assault is, it's essential.
He just watches the village, looking for inspiration as to how he can conquer it.
Any good surveillance or reconnaissance is always looking for weaknesses or strongly established routines.
Harold notices two things. The homes within the town's walls have roofs made of thatch. Second, that birds are nesting in the house's eaves.
He observes that sparrows every day are flying from the thatched roofs in the village into the fields and back again in the evening.
He comes up with a plan as creative as it is cruel.
He orders his men to capture as many birds as possible. When they're captured, small splinters of wood are attached to the backs of the birds and then smeared with tar. Harold then sets alight the splinters of wood and releases the birds.
Burning, the birds fly back inside the walls to their nests, in the straw eaves.
It's a brilliant strategy, and it works.
Before long, the homes inside are ablaze. Just as Harold had planned, the Arab inhabitants come pouring out and give up without a fight.
The defenders obviously panic-stricken, with their entire city and the walls on fire, and actually surrender to the Varangians.
Harold, magnanimous in victory, apparently spares the lives of the townspeople. Sicily is a great triumph for Harold and his Varangians. They prove themselves to be more than axe-wielding thugs. They have become master tacticians as well. Harold's success is the high point for the Varangian Guard and places them among the finest special forces of their age. But after 9 eventful years of service, Harold's career doesn't end well. He's imprisoned for embezzling imperial riches. Harold eventually escapes Constantinople for Kiev, and then Norway, where he becomes king in 1046. But winning back Norway is not enough. 20 years later, in 1066, Harold Hardrada is killed, trying to claim the English throne at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Without Harold Hardrada, the Varangian Guard continues to fight, but never reaches the same heights. They do enjoy many victories in the years to come, but the advent of heavy cavalry means their tactics will become outmoded. By the 14th century, the Emperor's once crack band of invincibles become nothing more than a ceremonial troop. However, it's those glory years under Harold Hardrada and Basil II that have ensured that the Varangian Guard are remembered as one of the most devastating and successful special forces in history.
There is something, I think, that shines out of enterprise and adventure in these people leaving their homes so far away in the north.
These Varangians are pioneers. You know, they're explorers. They're men who open up horizons.
The Guard will not be remembered as just mere mercenaries, but rather a noble tradition of warriors who combined brains with brawn and pride and a desire to do whatever it takes to be victorious.
Eagle warriors, elite shock troops of the all-conquering Aztec Empire.
This is a society of warriors.
Armed with shock weapons. Captives die on the sacred altar.
They would literally pluck out your still pulsating heart.
Now they face a new kind of enemy from Spain.
They had never seen iron weapons. They had never seen horses.
Two cultures that must clash.
There are no rules. It's kill or be killed.
It ends in a bloody battle that will become known as the Night of Tears.
People trampling over other people.
They're running for their lives.
For the Eagle warriors, it is their finest hour.
This is certainly their largest military victory.
The mighty Aztec Empire is at its zenith. They came from the north. In less than 200 years, they ruthlessly conquer a wide swathe of Central America.
The Aztecs have to be absolutely ruthless, and they have to use violence in ways which intimidate local societies.
One by one, they knock out every nation that stands in their way.
The Aztecs were great warriors who were very good at battle.
An unflinching race, mobilized on a permanent war footing.
It's not numbers with the Aztecs, it's skill, ferocity, aggression.
Aztecs are literally born to fight.
From the time a male baby is born, he is personified as a warrior. He's given tiny weapons, little shield and bow and arrows. The midwife talks about it all as if he's going to grow up to be a warrior.
After the birth, a seasoned warrior takes away the baby's severed umbilical cord. He then buries it on a blood-soaked battlefield.
And this was a symbol of hope that the young boy would then aspire to and become a great warrior in his own right.
Military training starts early. From infancy, boys are enrolled at the House of the Youth.
Aztec education was tough.
Their whole point is to be better at this business than everybody else. That's it. That's all you do. Military training from the beginning to the end. It's a complete military monastic life.
Battle-hardened veterans are assigned to the novices. Their job? To turn boys into killing machines.
You take away that sense of individuality, you take away the sense of fear.
You would expect beatings or deprival of food.
You spend a lot of time drilling these people into automata, so that when they get to battle, they're not thinking, is this the right thing to do? There's the enemy, I hit him. That's my job.
The Aztec way of war is unique. They deploy their troops in a highly unusual way.
When the Aztecs went to war, they went to war to capture prisoners. The object is to hurt, maim, capture, but it's not to kill.
They didn't kill in battle. The idea was to capture a prisoner.
Being able to bring those captives back with you was a sign of great achievement.
The key is to break prisoners, but keep them alive. They are needed for a higher purpose. On the altar of the Great Pyramid towering over the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan,
The captive would climb up the steps of the pyramid. He would be laid down across a sacrificial stone. His arms and legs held down by 4 priests so that he's stretched backwards and the chest is pulled outwards.
And a 5th priest would come down with a large flint knife. And cut open your abdomen, reach inside, and literally pluck out your still pulsating heart.
And the body would then be thrown down temple steps. And they would do this over and over again. It wasn't once, it was many, many times.
the ritual of human sacrifice terrifies other nations and intimidates them into submission.
The scale of human sacrifice is truly astounding. And it's much debated, but some people think that up to 50,000 people were sacrificed every year.
Carrying out over 130 sacrifices a day is killing on a truly industrial scale. But the Aztecs believe this mass slaughter is necessary. Their gods demand it.
The idea is that the gods let blood in order to create humanity, and therefore humanity must let blood to sustain the gods and to keep the sun moving through the sky.
Failure to feed the gods will have one certain outcome.
In the Aztec cosmology, if you don't continue regular and extensive human blood sacrifice, the sun won't come up, the crops won't grow, and we're all going to die.
Whether for spiritual or political reasons, the Aztecs believe human sacrifice is an existential necessity. It is so crucial that the empire develops a dedicated corps of special forces, trained to deliver captives, and lots of them. These men are called the Soldiers of the Sun. They are the Eagle Warriors. Eagle warriors are the bravest and the best.
Warrior masculinity is central to Aztec identity. Men promote themselves, they promote their identity, they promote their importance through being warriors.
And as with today's special forces, entry into their ranks is highly selective.
A social and a military structure develops that privileges people who take a lot of captives.
This is how you earned your stripes, literally, and rose through the ranks of the military.
The more captives that they were brought to the capital, the more successful they were considered.
Today's modern armies all have their very own warrior elites. Units such as the Special Air Service, Navy SEALs, and Delta Force. All train recruits not only to kill, but also to take the enemy alive. Ken Jones served with Great Britain's SAS, a body of men ruthlessly proficient in the art of taking captives.
Snatchers are an essential task of special forces units. I mean, the blood sacrifices have been placed now by intelligence gathering because of the essential need for governments to secure high-value targets and extract information from them.
And as it was for the Eagle warriors, today's snatchers need a high degree of skill and courage.
To be involved in a snatch is just a short burst of intense aggression and fluidity. Within the first few seconds, you know that the target or targets are going to react because you're trying to assert control of a situation. If it drags on, then it's a bad job.
Eagle warriors don't have the sophisticated weaponry available to today's special forces. But they are kitted out with a range of arms designed to not only kill, but also incapacitate, stun, and immobilize. These weapons all have one thing in common. They are tipped with razor-sharp volcanic glass, found in abundance throughout the Valley of Mexico. It's called obsidian.
Obsidian can be harder than steel and much stronger in compression, but it's very, very brittle. So obviously you can't make a long sword out of it. So the Aztecs use an ingenious solution. This is the macahuitl, which is the Aztec equivalent of a sword. It's basically shaped hardwood with channels cut into the side into which these sharp obsidian blades are fitted. This gives a razor-sharp cutting edge to a heavy club-like weapon. Struck on the skull, it would cut through flesh and muscle and sinew, smash the skull, destroy the brain. He'd be dead almost instantly.
But to deliver victims for sacrifice, Eagle warriors need weapons that don't just kill.
The Aztecs are looking fundamentally for captives. They want to be able to subdue their enemies, and so you can use it as a flat subdual weapon. You can beat somebody literally into submission by using the weight on joints, shoulders, knees, vulnerable points to render a man senseless. You've then got your captive to sacrifice.
The Aztecs also use obsidian to make a wide range of dart and arrowheads. They are lightweight, hard, and incredibly sharp.
but these are worthless without a means of delivery. And in this case, the Aztecs used one of the simplest and most primitive forms of delivery, and that's this, the atlatl, or dart thrower. It's basically just a long piece of wood. In this case, it's been selected from a branch for its curve, so it fits the hand, and then a slot and notch is cut in to take the dart. It's very simple physics. All the atlatl does is extend the length of your arm, and that doubles the force I impart to the dart.
Armed with the atlatl, an eagle warrior can down an enemy from up to 100 meters away.
If they strike in the throat or the heart if you're unarmored, then they're going to kill.
But the atlatl is not primarily designed to kill, but to disable.
Their biggest effect is going to be to incapacitate and as a nuisance. In arms and legs, they're going to render the limbs useless. You can't run away, you can't fight back. You're injured, but you're not dead.
Eagle warriors have one more use for obsidian. They fit it to the basic spear.
The Aztecs were using obsidian blades, razor-sharp edges, and a sharp thrusting point, but fixing it to a shaft to give them extra reach to get round the defensive weapons of their opponents and strike at vulnerable points. You can make lots of rapid, accurate strikes. You can strike at the throat, down into the groin, maybe even into armpits. And all the time, well within this safe area, beyond the reach of the enemy's weapons.
The obsidian-tipped spear is also the Eagle's snatch squad's ideal tool for controlling their prisoners.
It's very useful for marshalling and herding captives. You can direct them to where you need them to be. And if you really need to, you can reverse the weapon and strike with the butt to subdue them and quell them.
Armed with their extensive range of weaponry, the Eagle warriors have come to dominate Central America. But soon, they will face a foe the like of which they can't even imagine. It all begins with a series of strange events in the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan. Montezuma is now in the 17th year of his reign. He presides over an empire that has never been bigger and never been stronger. But this all-powerful ruler is a deeply worried man.
The Aztecs were a culture that believed in omens, and there were 12 omens indicating that some kind of terrible catastrophe was going to happen.
Streaks of fire are seen shooting across the night sky. It is reported water in the lake surrounding the city has suddenly bubbled and boiled over. For no apparent reason, temples have suddenly caught fire and burnt to the ground.
It's hard to imagine what they would have made of this other than being pretty terrified.
Then Montezuma receives disturbing reports from the very edge of his empire. A mysterious force of what are described as floating castles have been spotted approaching the east coast. Strange men come ashore. They have white complexions, wear bizarre outfits, and are armed with unknown powerful weapons. Hernan Cortés and his small band of conquistadors land on the mainland of America on Good Friday 1519. They want to claim this land for their god and the King of Spain. They also plan to get very rich. But the Spanish are being tracked. Eagle warriors watch their every move and dispatch urgent reports back to the capital.
So Montezuma is really anxious to find out who they are, to find out what they've got, what they want, and how he's going to deal with them.
The emperor assembles his full war council to work out a plan of action.
Montezuma would have been surrounded by his closest and most senior advisors.
Many of the senior councils were comprised of senior military figures, so Eagle warriors would almost certainly have been part of those councils.
The War Council tries to make some sense of the astonishing drawings that have been made of the intruders. The Eagle warrior's attention is drawn to sketches of a strange and powerful unknown weapon.
This kind of random killing thing, you can kill somebody a long way away and it makes a lot of noise and smoke. So there's sound, there's smoke, there's shock.
And it isn't just unknown weapons the Aztecs are faced with.
So we've got two animals they're not familiar with.
They would have been completely flabbergasted by these giant creatures, these horses.
These Spanish fighting dogs, these are terrible things.
They had never seen horses. They had never seen dogs trained to kill.
So there's a lot of shock. There's a lot of, technology, anxiety comes in here. What is all of this?
But Montezuma's younger brother, Cuitlahuac, isn't a man easily rattled. This senior military commander demands a swift, sharp campaign to annihilate the interlopers. He argues they may have strange new weapons, but they're small in number and no match for the Eagle warriors. But the Aztec world is dominated by religion. As the ultimate theological leader, Montezuma is determined to find a spiritual explanation for the arrival of this strange force. And it's the Spanish helmet his spies have acquired that catches his attention. Some reports suggest he sees a resemblance to the headdress of the god Huitzilopochtli.
I think when Montezuma is processing this information, he's going to take a religious slant on this. As far as he's concerned, this is a portent from heaven.
Other accounts claim Montezuma sees connections with Quetzalcoatl, a white-faced god who vanished across the sea to the east. Prophecies state if Quetzalcoatl returns in Aztec Year 1 read, he will strike at kings. It is now Year 1 read, and it seems a white-faced leader has indeed appeared from the east.
Is it the return of one of the gods? Is Cortés one of the ancient Mexican gods? What is going on here? Why are these strange people landing on my coast? Where is this going to end?
Montezuma overrules Cuitlahuac and the warriors. He decides violence is the wrong strategy to keep this unknown force out of his capital. Ambassadors have suggested that there is one thing that these strangers value above all: gold. And so Montezuma makes the decision to buy them off.
Cortés was presented with beautiful gold presents.
It's the last thing Montezuma should have done.
They thought, well, this is interesting. We're onto a good thing here. We want more of this.
The Spanish just keep coming, heading straight for the Aztec capital.
The more Montezuma promises them, the more they understand must be there. If he can give us all of this, what else has he got?
That's how he ends up with Cortés on his doorstep.
After a 7-month, arduous march, Cortés and his band of conquistadors get their first sight of the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan. They have never seen anything like it.
It's only when they get to Tenochtitlan they can see the sheer scale of what the Aztecs have.
The conquistadors were absolutely impressed with the beauty of the city of Tenochtitlan. A city surrounded by buildings built on a lake with overlooking volcanoes, covered with snow.
The awestruck Spaniards make their way across the causeway separating the capital from the mainland.
It is almost certainly the largest city any of them have ever seen, perhaps 250,000 people.
A city bigger and better than those of Seville and Granada.
Finally, Cortés gets to meet the man whose powerful and wealthy empire he plans to seize. Spanish accounts state there was now an exchange of gifts with Montezuma. Historians disagree over whether Montezuma receives Cortés as a god or as a respected ambassador of a mighty foreign empire. However, there is no doubting that the emperor now rolls out the red carpet for the conquistadors.
Moctezuma was giving the best he could offer to Cortés and to his soldiers. He offered the palace of Axayacatl. The Spaniards were very welcome by the Mexican king.
But whether by accident or design, Montezuma has placed the Spaniards in a location where they can be kept an eye on. They will be lodged close to the headquarters of the Eagle Warriors.
Where Cortés was staying, which was in a former ruler's palace, is very near to the Eagle precinct. In all likelihood, he would have been aware of the Eagle Warriors simply because they were some of the most prominent figures in society.
The Eagle Warriors are now eye to eye with the Spanish and leave them in no doubt as to what their job is in the Aztec Empire.
The Spaniards would have picked them out for soldiers, from their dress, from the way they carried themselves. This is their army. And it's two rough street gangs eyeing each other up.
But the Eagle Warriors are mystified by the behavior of the Spanish soldiers in their midst. They appear more interested in grabbing gold than posing any real military threat. Furthermore, the Eagles have the conquistadors outnumbered and contained in their palace compound. What the Aztecs don't understand yet is just what sort of man they have let into their city.
There's no doubt that Cortés was a very clever, strategic thinking soldier. He realized that they were in a very difficult situation, but he also realized that there were enormous riches and rewards to be had by staying put.
There is now a period of uneasy peace between the Eagle warriors and the Spaniards. But it was never likely to last, and is shattered when Cortés receives an urgent dispatch from the coast. 7 of the conquistadors' comrades in arms have been attacked and killed, and they have died the Aztec way. The Spaniards were taken captive, bound, and forced up to the altar. Once there, their hearts were ripped out. The conquistadors are appalled at the news. It's a timely reminder of their likely fate if the Eagle warriors go on the offensive. But for now, the Spanish are hell-bent on revenge.
You can kill, but you don't sacrifice. You know, killing but not murder. What the Aztecs are doing is murder. It's the deliberate killing of helpless prisoners.
But the canny Cortés channels his men's anger in a clever way. He leads an armed deputation to the royal palace. He wants to seize himself a hostage, and not just any hostage.
One of the masterstrokes that he had was to carry out the kidnapping of Moctezuma. You know, Cortés was very clever because he was saying, you know, it's not me that wants to keep you here. I would let you go back today if I could, but it's all my captains that they're crying for your blood. I'm really looking after your best interests.
It's unclear why Montezuma finally does give in to the threats of Cortés. But comply he does, and the mighty emperor allows himself to be marched off and placed under effective house arrest.
In order to use Montezuma effectively as a puppet ruler, though, there has to be a degree of consent. And whether that's obtained through fear or through a need for cooperation is hard to tell.
Whichever the case, the kidnapping of Montezuma opens up an unprecedented crisis for the intensely hierarchical Aztec Empire. Any likely response can only come from senior military commanders and leading Eagle warriors.
It's possible, of course, that there was actually quite a lot of dissent amongst people like the warrior leaders. You can't imagine these great, brave, military figures standing round and allowing the Spanish to obviously dominate.
No doubt there was debate behind the scenes as to how to deal with this.
The obvious rallying point for the dissenting warriors is Montezuma's brother, Cuitlahuac, the man who has opposed the Spanish from day one. But in the Aztec Empire, there is no precedent for going against the wishes of an emperor.
He was a commander of the army, he was the highest ranking individual in the state, he was a demigod, and so if he said he was happy to go along with it, which apparently he did, there wasn't very much anyone else could do.
To add insult to injury, Cortés now demands the keys to the Totocalli, the empire's vast treasure house. This is what the Spanish have crossed the seas and risked their necks for. Jewelry, precious stones, and gold. Huge amounts of gold. With Montezuma's consent, Cortés now controls the city and effectively nullifies the Eagle warriors. But then his delicate diplomatic balancing act, suddenly all comes crashing down. Cortés returns from a mission to the coast to find Tenochtitlan in open revolt.
He comes back to the city and is very unhappy to find his troops besieged and starving in the palace where they'd been staying.
Cortés had left the city in a state of uneasy peace, but now returns to bloody mayhem.
Alvarado, who he'd left in charge, is a rather blunt instrument, to put it mildly, and he obviously has instigated an outright battle where Cortés hadn't wanted one.
Alvarado has led a massacre of up to 1,000 high-ranking Aztecs, including senior Eagle warriors, at a religious festival in the main temple.
In the middle of this festival, he decided to attack and massacre the participants, which caused huge consternation and disquiet in the city, as you can imagine.
It's the final straw for the military commanders and embittered Eagle warriors. Finally, they decide this is the time to fight back.
High-ranking individuals have decided that Moctezuma is a lost cause.
His authority is being undercut, his role as a representative of the gods is being undercut.
Well, they decided that they would just give up on him.
They replace him even though he's still alive, and that's almost unheard of.
For the Eagle warriors, there is only one contender for the top job, the hero of countless wars, Cuitlahuac. Cuitlahuac instantly presses his Eagle warriors into service. And they have the Spanish just where they want them, holed up and surrounded in their palace, located in the center of the city.
The Spanish are trapped in the palace. They're running out of all the things they need.
I don't think we can have any doubt that the Spanish are absolutely in fear of their lives. Part of that was the realization that they were up against a very slick fighting machine.
Hopelessly outnumbered, Cortés begs Montezuma to appeal to his subjects to let the Spanish leave the city. But the hapless emperor is jeered and pelted with rocks. Montezuma is mortally wounded. Cortés now has a grim choice to make. He must either fight against the overwhelming odds or surrender with the inevitable consequences.
They slept with their armor on, they slept with their horses saddled and bridled, ready to escape. They knew that they were in a very perilous situation.
Cuitlahuac now summons his top warriors to a secret briefing. He reveals his strategy for annihilating the invaders. They will starve the conquistadors out into the open, where they will have to stand and fight. If they choose to make a run for it, the warriors will be ready.
Part of their strategy is to make the exit from the city as complicated and difficult as they can.
The city is surrounded by a wide lake. The only way out is across one of the 5 causeways connecting Tenochtitlan with the mainland. The Spanish are besieged in their palace, just off the central temple precinct. The most direct way out of the city is to head west for the Tacuba Causeway and use it to retreat to the mainland. But Cuitlahuac has a surefire way of cutting off the escape route and ensnaring them. in the city.
They remove a lot of the bridges that allowed people to cross over the causeways and the canals.
They would have worked out that this was going to be a very dangerous place to get trapped in.
And if the Spanish do manage to make it as far as the breached causeway, the Eagle warriors will be ready to go in for the kill.
That's when they see it's their moment to pick off the retreating troops.
It's a lot easier to kill people if you're knocking them into the water.
It's an obvious place for an ambush.
The situation is becoming increasingly desperate in the Spanish compound. Cortés mounts the walls to scout a potential escape route out of the city. But what he sees shocks him.
Cortés can see already the bridges have been destroyed or rendered useless.
Even worse, by now the conquistadors are almost out of water, food, and gunpowder. Their options are stark. Break out and face a quick end at the hands of the Eagle warriors, or stay put and slowly starve to death.
They decide that they're just going to have to break out.
Cortés may be trapped, but this Spaniard is not going down without a fight. He orders his men to rip down the wooden beams from the roof of the palace. They lash the spars together. They hope this makeshift bridge will span the gaps in the causeway. The conquistadors are almost ready to break out, but first, they have one final all-important job.
It tells us a lot about them that before they break out, they divide up the gold and every man has his share.
And a lot of the soldiers loaded themselves up with this gold. I mean, why wouldn't they? It was too good an opportunity to miss.
Midnight. The Spanish pull out. Unimpeded, they make their way stealthily through the city and head due west towards the Tacuba Causeway.
They start to escape at night. This is a city with very regular, very straight streets. It wouldn't be terribly difficult to find your way to the causeway from the central precinct.
It all seems to be going well for the Spanish. They reach the lakeside, and then...
The Mexicans were ready to kill as many Spaniards as they could.
The Eagle warriors soon put the portable bridge out of action. Now they have the Spanish trapped all along the causeway.
They're, of course, at an incredible tactical disadvantage, being attacked from all sides while they're trying to escape across these narrow causeways.
The Eagle warriors are seasoned, they are skillful, they have terrible weapons that inflict terrible damage.
However good your armour is, it will only take you so far against incredible weight of numbers.
Despite their sophisticated weaponry, the Spanish are now cut off by the Eagle warriors.
The Spanish had to wade through and jump over these gaps, these canals, where the bridges had been taken away.
And then it descends into chaos.
People trampling over other people to try and cross the gaps in the causeways.
The Spanish now pay a high price for their lust for gold.
They're running for their lives and they're carrying a large weight of gold with them. So either they're unbelievably brave or unbelievably stupid.
And a lot of them actually came to grief because the weight of the gold in their clothes just dragged them to the bottom of the water and they drowned.
Cortés and a few of his men escape, but many stragglers are rounded up, bound and bundled away by the Eagle warriors. They know exactly what to do with their captives.
The Spaniards didn't surrender. They were stunned and captured and dragged away.
The proud Eagle warriors have suffered months of humiliation at the hands of the Spanish invaders. Now it is time for their revenge. The Spanish who have made it to the safety of the mainland can do nothing but look back at the city in horror.
The sight of the sacrifices on the pyramids, the sound of their own companions being butchered up there.
The Eagle warriors have wiped out most of the army of Cortés and retrieved the bulk of the looted treasure. Legend has it that as he looks back over the killing ground, Cortés weeps. The Spanish call it La Noche Triste, the night of tears. But for the Eagle warriors, this is their finest hour. Within a year, Cortés raises a new army and once again marches on Tenochtitlan. After months of fierce street fighting, the Spanish finally take the shattered city. The Eagle warriors are not defeated by cold Spanish steel, but by virulent European diseases. Thousands of Eagle warriors and millions of Aztecs succumb to smallpox and are wiped out. History often dismisses the Aztec warriors as hopelessly ineffectual when faced by the conquistadors. However, it is clear that on La Noche Triste, the Eagle warriors routed the Spanish, then the most powerful nation in Europe.
During the period of the Spanish conquest, this is certainly their largest military victory.
I don't think there's any doubt that the expulsion of the Spanish from the city following the events of the Noche Triste was a major victory for the Aztecs.
The Noche Triste was I think, a tactical victory for the Aztecs. They defeated the Spaniards, but the Spaniards got away. If they'd killed them all, it might have been different.
Today, the Mexican capital stands on the ruins of one of the most fabulous cities ever constructed, and on the bones of one of the most powerful fighting forces ever raised, the Aztec Eagle warriors. They're the special forces of feudal Japan. Shadow warriors who'll stop at nothing to get the job done.
The ninja were very much the unconventional warfare experts which any army needs.
The deadliest killers. Their genius is deception. They're lethal in battle and specialists in cunning, betrayal, and strategy.
Never trust a ninja. Even your own ninjas, do not trust them. They will lie and make things up and cheat.
Ambush, infiltration, assassination, and espionage. Their techniques are timeless and live on in the methods of today's special forces.
Speed, aggression, and surprise. The way they move with silence and stealth and in small teams, it's still very much the same.
Now they're facing the greatest fight in their history. At stake is their very existence, and they'll need everything they've got to survive. This is the incredible story of the ninjas of Iga and their extraordinary rise to become an indispensable part of the Japanese military machine. It's 1562, and Japan is in the grip of a civil war that's lasted over 100 years. Warlords and their militias roam the countryside in a rampage of destruction that's tearing the country apart. In the wilds of central Japan, a year-long campaign is culminating in a siege. And the prize for the attacker is Kaminojo Castle. Determined to take it is an ambitious young warlord called Tokugawa Ieyasu. But he's facing a serious problem. Because inside the castle are his daughters. And they'll be killed if he attacks. Years earlier, he agreed to send them to Kaminojo in a peace deal. It's standard procedure in a country where no one trusts anyone. Now, he badly needs to go back on the deal.
With warlords fighting against each other, allegiances were quite often made and broken at a moment's notice. It was recognized very early on that a hostage system would help keep allegiances. That as long as they behaved and followed the rules, the families would be kept safe. If they broke the rules, the families would be executed, and it was a great way of keeping control.
Despite his massive army, Ieyasu has had his hands tied for over a year. He can't touch the castle. But Ieyasu is smart, and he's contacted a uniquely gifted fighter, a specialist called Hattori Hanzo. And Hanzo is known for one thing: unconventional warfare. Hattori Hanzo is the leader of the finest special forces in the Japanese world. They are experts at a secret martial art called shinobi. Much later, they will be known as ninja.
Ninja is actually a very modern term. But back in the 1500s, they were known as shinobi no mono, shadow warrior. The ninja were renowned for never being spotted and being invisible and having magic powers.
The shinobi warrior of the 1500s is so skilled, he is regarded almost as a supernatural being. But just like today's special forces, he's developed a unique set of tactics. To solve problems on the battlefield, conventional troops can't. And the ninja's particular talent is for intelligence gathering and infiltration.
The samurai army needed spies and it needed commandos. So ninja would develop these skills. They spy and they do commando infiltration raids.
and these were needed for frontline troops or for information gathering.
And there's another reason why Hattori Hanzo and his ninja are so highly prized. Japanese armies are run by an officer class of samurai. At the heart of their combat training is a strict code of gentlemanly honor. And the one thing they won't touch are dirty tricks. What we call black ops. Assassination, murder, and sabotage.
The ninja were very much the unconventional warfare experts which any army needs. Samurai honor precluded them from doing certain tasks that they saw beneath them. The ninja didn't follow the same code of honor and were able to effectively achieve what the samurai could not.
Hanzo and his ninja are the best in the business. He even has a track record in one particular area of shinobi. He's an old hand at penetrating castles and freeing hostages. Ieyasu doesn't take much persuading to sign the ninja up. And there's just one order. Rescue my daughters.
Now Ieyasu saw the immense capability of Hattori Hanzo as the commander, the general for the ninja, and he brought him in as one of his generals. And as one of his generals, he was feared, and he became known as Devil Hanzo.
Hattori Hanzo now starts an intelligence-gathering operation that will decide his strategy. To do that, he'll draw to the full on his shinobi skills. But the mission and his options are familiar to operatives everywhere. Tactics that are routine today were pioneered by the Shadow Warriors 500 years ago.
The ninjas have developed a series of tactics that are almost universal, and they haven't really evolved or changed much. There's little marginal improvements here and there, and technology comes into it in different weapon systems. The essential elements are still very much the same. Speed, aggression, and surprise. The way they move with silence and stealth and in small teams, it's still very much the same.
One man who knows all about the problems facing Hattori Hanzo's ninjas at Kaminojo is Jason Williams. Now living in Japan, he fought for 5 years in Iraq and Afghanistan with the SAS. And that presented intelligence-gathering challenges that are very familiar to Hattori Hanzo. Getting good information boils down to a handful of options.
You're usually going into an enemy complex or an enemy building, maybe an enemy compound. There are two ways of doing it. You can do a long-term operation or you can do a short-term. Long-term means more of a sleeper cell approach. You'll be going in maybe a few years before you even get any information out. It's a very long-term operation, and there's a lot more risk to the individual who's involved and a lot more stress on them.
By the time he's approached by Ieyasu, Hanzo has already put in a sleeper cell of ninjas who have been undercover, posing as civilians living near the castle. It's a classic shinobi tactic. When hostilities start hotting up, the Lord of Kaminojo starts hiring local men, not realizing who they are. And the ninja sleeper cell walks right into the castle unopposed.
When their lord would start to invade, the ninja would get hired into his retinue. This meant that the ninja was on the inside of the enemy.
As well as using his spies on the inside, just like special forces today, Hanzo sends commandos on a reconnaissance mission to assess the target's defenses.
You set up what we call a CTR, close target recce. You get as much information about the complex and around that area as possible. And then once you've done that, you can either go inside or you can withdraw.
Now that Hanzo has twin sources of information about the target, he can build his strategy. He decides to climb the walls of the castle alone, while his commando support will wait for a signal. Then, he'll go on into the complex in a solo snatch operation. As soon as the princesses are safe, the sleeper agents on the inside will signal for the attack to start. With forces on the inside and outside, it will be a pincer operation. And Hanzo is ready to go. It is now vital to ensure the timing is right, and all conditions favor the ninja.
Now, normally a ninja did not infiltrate in the full moon. He'd wait till 8 days after the moon or 8 days before the moon, so it was darker, and he'd wear dark clothes.
Using tried and tested ninja techniques, Hanzo now rises up the castle walls.
He'd use iron spikes, and he'd place spikes in the castle wall, and he'd climb all the way up to the top.
Once at the top, the ninja starts to saw through the walls using special shinobi tools.
This is a type of saw called a shikoro. It was used for making larger holes in clay or wooden walls. Usually so a ninja could climb through. In ancient Japan it was standard kit for breaking into houses.
And then on the inside of the clay walls, they'd have a crisscross of bamboo. He'd cut out a section, he'd go inside.
But scaling walls in total silence and secrecy is the easy part. Hanzo must now move unseen through a castle full of soldiers waiting for him.
Now, once inside, he'd wait. He would be waiting for the people to come along with torches on patrol.
Hanzo's ninja skills allow him to elude detection completely. But he can't afford to relax. He knows the enemy will have prepared for him.
He has to be careful because their dark patrol comes past. These are the people without torches. They would be looking for ninjas.
Sleeper agents meet Hanzo to direct him to the royal apartments. After that, he's on his own. The ninja must now overcome sentries and make his way deep into the castle complex. Once again, he turns to classic shinobi techniques to fell his enemies. With the guards dispatched, Hanzo must seize the hostages. As planned, the ninja double agents signal to Hanzo's commandos and Iyasu's samurai by starting fires on the inside of the castle. The commandos penetrate the defenses as Iyasu's conventional forces overwhelm the castle. hostages are smuggled out in the mayhem.
This operation is a classic example of ninja technique. Being able to infiltrate the enemy's positions, influence what went on, and to attack from within. Classic shinobi.
Hanzo's success not only confirms his reputation, but that of his fearsome homeland, now acknowledged as the region with the best ninja in Japan. It's a place of mists. On a high mountain plateau cut off from the rest of the country, its people are different, fierce mountain folk with proud, independent spirits. Its name is Iga.
Ninja were mainly hired from Iga. The Iga people were known as the best ninja. They would go across all of Japan and they would present themselves to their lords and say, I'm a ninja, I am from Iga, I am trained in the arts of ninjutsu. Then the lord would hire them.
The ninja or shinobi skills practiced by the men of Iga have been developed over centuries of warfare. They draw together the extreme physical power of the martial artist, the swordsmanship of the samurai warrior, with tactical expertise from ancient China and the writings of the Chinese master military strategist Sun Tzu. And it's in the rural hinterlands and highland villages where shinobi is perfected. Living in Iga means surviving a harsh mountain climate. And by the time a ninja starts his training, he's already tough. But to be allowed to become a shinobi warrior, he must go through a series of brutal tests.
The ninja needed to survive in a huge variety of environments, whether on operations or intelligence gathering. And they trained for that by enduring exposure and low temperatures at high altitude.
Like special forces today, constant training in mountain survival is at the core of the making of an effective operative.
All the soldiers have to go through a process which would involve testing their individual fitness in lone, isolated marches in mountainous terrain. Then their personal skills would be tested to the utmost. They'd be isolated in a combat survival environment where they'd be exposed in a wilderness with minimum supplies.
As part of his training, the ninja must learn to live off the land for an indefinite period.
The ninja were experts in optimizing their diet so they could resist a cold and hunger. They developed a special ration pack, and just one would keep them going for up to 3 days. A lot of the ninja's art is really about survival and endurance.
It isn't just physical demands that the trainee ninja has to learn to cope with.
The entire point of a ninja's training was about endurance. He had to endure mental problems. He would be in the enemy's land, and he had to train himself to not break under pressure.
The people of Iga mostly worship nature spirits and follow Shintoism, a religious practice focused on the natural world. For an undercover ninja, becoming one with nature is a perfect training for blending in with the environment.
A ninja is a specialist of blending with the surrounding. Is the ultimate expression of what, in a way, Shintoism is all about. It's about achieving utmost harmony with the environment. So a ninja would disappear to the eyes of the common viewer because he managed to become almost sort of seamlessly connected to the nature around it.
Just like the ninja in 16th century Japan, today's special forces, like the Navy SEALs or the SAS, have an advanced training in camouflage and concealment.
The ability to blend in with your surroundings is an essential skill. If you're in any natural area in countryside, you're always aware of how people are looking at you or where they're going to be looking at you from.
The SAS, like the ninja, have a sense of concealment drilled into them, so it becomes instinctive when operating covertly. Shape, shine, shadow, and silhouette are a constant concern.
There's shape. There's not many round shapes in nature or perfectly straight lines. Then there's shine, the bridge of your nose, your forehead, any metal on your weapon. You want to eliminate any shadow coming from yourself. If you're on a ridge line, you should avoid silhouetting yourself. Be mindful of your footfall. Leave no sign. Don't cause disturbances. You know, if there's a branch on the floor, don't snap it or brush up against tree branches.
Over several centuries, the ninja rise to become an indispensable part of the Japanese military machine as intelligence gatherers and operational agents. Like the best security and special forces of the modern era, they are never satisfied, constantly upping their game and devising new strategies and techniques to gain advantage. But now, 17 years after the siege at Kaminojo Castle, the eager ninja face their biggest danger yet. It's a gigantic army, rolling through the country, crushing all it encounters. And it's led by a cruel overlord, known for his love of extreme violence. He's a genocidal megalomaniac, with a reputation unmatched in all of Japan's bloody history. Oda Nobunaga is bent on one thing: absolute power.
Nobunaga's plan was to unify all of Japan, and that was his one goal. So nobody was spared from his forces or his army. This is what he was going to do.
Oda Nobunaga is single-minded, cold, calculating, and disciplined, and he crushes all resistance with utter ruthlessness. The trouble is, the eager don't bow down to anyone.
In the late 1500s, the ninjas had a serious problem. Nobunaga needed complete and total obedience, and they refused to give it.
Two opposing forces are on a collision course. Neither is used to giving way, and a devastating confrontation is inevitable.
The only solution Nobunaga had was to invade, and he did so with a vengeance.
To tame the ninjas of Iga, Nobunaga sends in his toughest samurai. Crack troops, hardened by decades of bloodletting. The orders are to spare no one. But he makes one fatal error. He appoints a general who is completely unsuited to the job. That general is his son, Nobukatsu. Nobukatsu has no experience. Not just that, he's impetuous and undisciplined. It's about the worst combination of qualities a military leader could have. And he makes a host of errors. One of the worst is to underestimate his enemy. He thinks the code of honor of his samurai gentlemen cannot fail against people he dismisses as a bunch of eager peasants.
Right from the beginning, Nobukatsu made some basic mistakes. He utilized warfare in a samurai mentality. He didn't recognize that you needed special forces. His biggest mistake was not using ninja of his own.
Without intelligence from ninja spies, Nobukatsu charges blindly into enemy territory. From that, 3 fatal flaws in his strategy emerge.
He didn't prepare properly. He didn't get the lay of the land, and he chose a direct route without doing any reconnaissance.
It's a serious blunder. Nobukatsu is entering unknown territory. And what he doesn't know is that Iga is unlike any other place in Japan.
Iga has a river running through the middle called the Hattori, and on certain days the whole valley is thick with a mist. Sometimes Iga can seem like a hidden world, shrouded in mist and fog.
Nobukatsu's samurai now enter narrow gorges with no idea of what's waiting for them. Suddenly, in front of them, is the last person Nobukatsu and his troops want to see. It's Hattori, the devil, Hanzo. Just at that moment, the weather closes in.
Fog suddenly filled the valley, and this is where the ninja do what they do best. They got down close and personal. They attacked from the sides and from the back, infiltrating the ranks of the samurai, causing chaos. So much chaos, in fact, that the samurai began to cut each other down, not knowing who the enemy was.
It's an ambush that's textbook ninja, drawing the samurai into unfamiliar terrain and destroying them with tactics they're completely unprepared for. It has disastrous consequences for the invaders. Nobukatsu's bodyguards are cut to pieces. Now the general must stand alone against the ninja and account for himself.
And in that chaos, Nobukatsu made a run for it. And he was the only one to survive a complete massacre.
The defeat sends shockwaves through the country. The almost total annihilation of Nobunaga's finest samurai goes down as one of the ninja's greatest triumphs. But it will also unleash forces that will test the men of Iga as never before. Within days, the ninja spy network reports Nobunaga mustering the biggest army Japan has ever seen. Columns are streaming from every region with one order: destroy Iga. The ninja know they can't defeat so huge an army, and there is only one solution. Nobunaga must be assassinated. There's only one shinobi warrior who can do the job. Born into a powerful Iga clan, the ninja Ishikawa Goemon has every reason to want to kill Nobunaga personally. His whole family was murdered by Nobunaga's forces, and getting revenge has been his life's ambition. The job of killing Nobunaga will go down as the toughest assignment ever faced by a ninja assassin. The warlord is constantly surrounded by a crack force of bodyguards and employs ninja killers himself from the Iga's rivals. He has a highly skilled network of spies adept at infiltrating and extracting information throughout Japan. Nobunaga knows that the Iga are almost certainly plotting to kill him, and he's convinced he's ready for them. But the Iga spy network manages to secure some crucial information. The only time Nobunaga lets his guard down is when he's in his heavily fortified castle. Goemon's only chance is to infiltrate the castle and, using double agents on the inside, assassinate the warlord himself in the royal apartments. Ninja Black Ops techniques are at the height of development, and their armory boasts a massive array of weapons and technology unmatched anywhere. Goemon now has everything put at his disposal.
The ninja had something called the art of fire, and they used gunpowder for everything from signaling to explosions and lighting effects. And they were masters at vanishing behind smoke screens.
But Goemon knows that Nobunaga is fully aware of the ninja's specialist tools and tactics. To kill the Overlord, he's going to have to surprise Nobunaga and think laterally. He decides to use poison, but it has to be done in a truly novel way.
There's different ways to use poison. You can either go in a house as someone's guest and you can poison the people there. One manual tells us to use strychnine, and they would mix it with cakes and they would give it to people that way.
Goemon knows poisoned cakes won't work. Nobunaga keeps a retinue of food tasters precisely to protect him from this threat. The ninja needs something more cunning.
They did something called well poisoning. They take the poisonous part of a pufferfish and they mix it with excrement or lead and arsenic, and they would drop this into the enemy's well.
Once again, Nobunaga's tasters would detect poisoned water well before it reached the Overlord's lips. Goemon realizes he must deliver the toxin to Nobunaga personally, and he'll only get one shot. He turns to a substance that remains today one of the most toxic in the world. It's called wolfsbane. A couple of drops will kill an adult in minutes. There is no antidote. Victims die writhing in agony. Now Goemon must craft his method of delivery, and he only has the tools and materials of his remote mountain community. Fortunately, the ninja are masters at repurposing everyday items into weapons.
One of the things that the ninja were very good at was adaptation and using anything at their disposal as a weapon. Now, the word weapon can tend to get people quite narrow-minded, but the ninja thought of weapons as more as tools, and that allowed them to be very adaptable and very flexible.
Ninjas were recruited from relatively low-income part of the population. They were accustomed to use very basic tools connected to agricultural activities. So most of the weapons resembled tools that you would find, in a garden or something like that.
A traditional sickle in the hands of a ninja, for instance, has multiple uses in a combat situation.
This is called a kusarigama. Eager farmers cut hay with it, but the ninja used it as a weapon in two ways. First, the ninja would throw the iron weight at the end of the chain so it wrapped around the legs of the enemy. When he fell, the ninja would attack him with the blade. Very effective.
Goemon's plan is now ready. He's going to put the wolf's bane into Nobunaga's mouth in a way no one's ever thought of. But before he goes into action, there's one more vital element for the ninja's attack.
In the chaos of battle, fear is the greatest enemy, and the ninja learnt from a very early stage that fear is something to be embraced. And so quite often before an operation, they would begin a meditation. They would meditate on the fact that they had no home, no family, no friends, no country. All they had was themselves, their weapons, and their spirit. And this was so that they could act completely without distraction.
Goemon turns to his spiritual training of Shintoism to prepare his mind for the assignment. He uses an ancient practice that hones concentration and produces complete psychological detachment from fear. It's called Kuji-kiri.
Kuji-kiri is one of the ninja spiritual arts. A ninja would summon 9 concepts with his hands to make his mind strong. They're power, energy, harmony, healing, intuition, awareness, force, creation, Zen.
Goemon has submitted himself utterly to the protection of his spiritual guides, and his mind is in peak readiness. Now he must go in. In classic style, Goemon makes himself virtually invisible as he closes in on Nobunaga's apartments. Double agents working on the warlord's staff have given him the information he needs to navigate his way to the target. Once inside the apartment complex, he maneuvers himself to a space above the royal bedchamber. Ninja agents in the castle have drilled a tiny hole in the ceiling and positioned the royal bed so that the target's head is directly beneath it. Now the ninja applies the wolf's bane to the string. But just as he's delivering the lethal dose, Nobunaga wakes. Goemon knows he's failed.
No, now, we must go now.
And now must escape the only way he can.
When a ninja wanted to escape, he could do a few things. Normally, they would have caltrops. Now, caltrops are small balls of iron with spikes moving out, and he'd position these in certain places where he knew the enemy would chase him. So those pursuers would stand on it, falling over.
Goemon has slowed his pursuers, but he's still not safe. If the samurai bodyguards catch up with him, he's dead. Now he has to reach for another tool in the ninja system. It's time for the shuriken.
The ninja would use shuriken like these when they were on the run from the enemy. They're secretly held and used in an extreme situation. They'd throw them at the enemy like this.
Goemon may have failed, but the assassination attempt is a textbook example of shinobi ingenuity, adapting simple everyday objects to lethal effect. Nobunaga now goes on the warpath against the ninjas of Iga with violent determination. He takes personal command of his massive army and launches it against the whole region. Unlike his son Nobukatsu, he uses ninjas who are Hanzo's deadliest rivals. He gives only one order: spare no one.
Nobunaga was completely cold-blooded. He ordered his soldiers to kill everyone in Iga. Women, children or monks. They were all slaughtered, regardless. The killing made the Iga ninja scatter across Japan.
It's a bloodletting that remains notorious in Japanese history to this day. Nothing is left of the old Iga villages.
Nobunaga had destroyed their homes, destroyed their families. This made them drop in social class. They had been displaced. This changed the history of the Iga people forever.
The once proud ninjas of Iga are now scattered and in flight, while Nobunaga's troops scour the hills to hunt them down. All looks lost for them, with no land, no status, and no money. All they can do is hope to scrape a living as peasants in some other region where no one will know them. Then, just as all seems lost, some extraordinary news comes through. In a palace coup, the cruel overlord, Oda Nobunaga, has been assassinated at Kyoto.
Nobunaga had just become the ultimate power in Japan, and he sent his troops out to the provinces to spread the word. While Nobunaga was distracted, one of his close generals took advantage of that and assassinated Nobunaga to take power for himself.
It's good news for the ninjas of Iga, but it also plunges Japan into political chaos. Nobunaga's killers now turn on the overlord's allies. Summary executions of all the senior figures associated with the old regime begin immediately. One high-ranking warlord in particular is suddenly in serious trouble. He's none other than Tokugawa Ieyasu. He has risen to become a close strategic ally of Nobunaga, and by chance, happened to be visiting him. Now Ieyasu's far from home and on the wrong side, while a revolution erupts around him. The road home is teeming with his enemies, and he's trapped.
When Oda Nobunaga was assassinated, Tokugawa Ieyasu found himself in a really dangerous situation. He had to get home, he had to get back to his lands. However, which was the best way to go? How could he do this?
The only way Ieyasu can get home is to take a perilous journey across the mountains of Iga. It's a golden opportunity for Hanzo, who immediately uses his contacts and his dispossessed ninja force to help his old friend.
Iga is Hanzo's home territory. The Iga people still there didn't trust Ieyasu. But Hanzo persuaded them to protect him and help him across the mountains. Hanzo had great authority with his people and used his connections and influence in Iga.
As Ieyasu, Hanzo, and their men flee across the mountains, word gets back to the new regime. A hunter-killer unit of samurai pursue the ninjas, believing they can stop the escaping force and seize Ieyasu. This time it's the ninja who will face an ambush. It's a narrow escape for Tokugawa Ieyasu, but the making of Hattori Hanzo and his ninjas.
Now, because of this, Tokugawa Ieyasu was extremely grateful. They had saved his life. So he hired up to 100 of their men to help guard him at Edo Castle, modern-day Tokyo.
With Nobunaga dead, the number of military campaigns and warring factions starts to dwindle. Ieyasu's political career finally takes him to the very top, and he assumes complete control of a united and peaceful Japan. His triumph inaugurates a golden era for Japan and a 265-year dynasty of shoguns. And with them all the way are the ninja and the descendants of the greatest of them all, Hattori, the Devil, Hanzo.